Hello. What's up, everybody? What's up, 10 bucks, Pumpkinhead, sorry, JR, Suck in a Jar, Ankthar, Warren, Mark, Keo, Saladino, Shezar, Rasta, Drama, Captain Dax, Atherma, thank you so much for 35 months. A lot of months. Appreciate that very much. As always, Atherma, you will be remembered. Thank you. It's a faulty algorithm. That has to be a rename. Because I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that name. It is? Let me guess. I don't know. What was your previous name? Oh, is it Raf? No, it's not Raf. Is it? I don't know. I'm going by the orange color, but Raf, good catch. See what I mean? That the colors are very important. That's exactly what I mean right there. For some reason, the colors do almost as much work as the letters. Faulty algorithm. Not a bad name. Not a bad name. Hopefully everyone's doing okay today. 11/11/2024. Pretty sure Skyrim released 13 years ago. I don't know why I would know that, but and has released probably 11 times since. I don't know. There has to be a stat there that we can come up with. Let me make sense. Is your favorite game? Oh yeah, love Skyrim. Yeah. What a great video game that is. What's up, Villanor? May your road lead you to warm sands. Is that something they say in Skyrim? I've completed Skyrim.
I hope you had a good day. Welcome back.
I mean, I just woke up, lady, but she never said her name, right? She just said she was my assistant or something. She's welcoming you back to the game. That's nice, I think. What's up, Stoner? Did Khajiit say that? No. I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. Woo! That was a huge sneeze. That was one of those old man sneezes, you know, that you can hear across the entire house. I tried to look up who the actress is, but I didn't know a name to match it to. Yeah. What's my experience with the game so far? It's been okay. I like the opening scene quite a bit, even though I...
Did you know the motto of Detroit is, "We hope for better things"?
See, I feel the same about the David Cage games every time. That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, the intro scene was okay, but I feel like we didn't get much of a sense who the character was. I know the next chapter we have to play involves the same character, so I'm excited to maybe learn more about them. We finally got some development around Marcus, right? Again, like every first scene for every character seemed that it didn't give you much to in terms of characterization, but every second scene so far has been pretty good. So yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out more about that one. I feel overall that it's a bit slower than like Beyond was, right? It's a bit more disjointed in a weird way because, you know, Beyond had that non-chronological structure, which should have made it feel more disjointed, but it actually didn't, because it was focused around one character who was very characterized very early, and then you had a sort of a follow through with that. This one's a bit more all over the place. She's gonna talk.
I don't know if I mentioned this, but
Yeah, I know you like the
I
interior
like
decorating.
your interior decorating.
Yes, so do I.
It really reflects your personality.
I know.
I like it.
Black is great. I agree. It does fit my personality. What's up, Naz? What's up, Colette? What's up, Emmy? I wish she had a few more lines than just this. Anyway. But yeah, so far it feels a bit disjointed, right? We have a few different characters. We're jumping from one to the other. I'm waiting to see how it's all gonna sort of come together. At least in Heavy Rain, who also did like the multiple character stuff, it sort of and Fahrenheit, it sort of always, you knew it revolved around the same plot, right? In this one, I'm not sure. It seems that they're... I guess I can already...
If a man has not discovered something he will die for, he's not fit to live.
Yeah, Martin Luther King.
That's a quote from Martin Luther King. I thought you'd like it.
Yeah, anyway. It was fine the first time. What's up, Zulu? It doesn't seem like the characters have a natural connection so far, aside of the fact they're all androids. But I'm sure, you know, it's going to be something about them sort of reaching that sentience and you know, all of them in different ways, and I'm sure it's going to be great. What's up, aliens? I think I said hi twice, but doesn't matter. Okay.
Accessing the extras section.
Seems very excited about that. Wait, I need to buy with bonus point? Oh yeah, I think Fahrenheit did the same thing, didn't it? I'm not gonna look at that. I feel like that's gonna spoil stuff. Yeah, I don't want to look at this. Oh, Jesus! Survey?
Great. Let's start. Would you consider having a relationship with an android that looks like a human?
Oh no, what did I just find? Oh no. Oh well. Oh god, okay. Jesus. Okay, alright. 10 questions. Those are the next 2 streams. There's 10 questions. I'm pretty sure I can talk about each of them for like about an hour at this point. What's up, Birdie? What's up, Fear the Dawn? Harmon? Chipmunk? Elisa? Yeah, apparently we found a survey in the extras. I wonder if I should... There's a part of me that kind of wants to wait until we're finished with the game to do the survey. I don't know. Maybe we should do it twice. First and, like, before and after. I don't know. I did not expect this. Would you consider having a relationship with an android that looks like a human? How do we define looks like a human? Is it just like visually speaking? Do they have Are they like the ones in the game that sort of feel real and seem to be capable of emotions and all that? Would you consider having a relationship with an android that looks like a human? That's the dream, isn't it? I mean... Can we do poll to answer for you? Well, give me a second, I'm thinking. I'm thinking if this should be something we do now, or if this should be something we do at a later in a later stream. Maybe after we're done with the game, right? What if you want an android that looks like a toaster? I don't know. What's up, Fishboy? How are you doing today? Big Bug, welcome in. I feel like this could be a very interesting... Listen, the first question is already fascinating. I could talk about that for an hour, probably. You know what would be great? If you could answer a question, then back out, and then answer the second question the next day. And we could do like one question every day. That'd be great. But I'm not sure how this works. I mean, I know I can go back right now, but... Survey.
Great. Let's start. Would you consider having a relationship with an android that looks like a human?
Wait, hold on. Is she hitting on me? Maybe that's her way of, you know, oh yeah, this is a survey, right? But in reality, she's just testing, right? It's like when you were in middle school, you know? Oh, I'm doing a survey. Would you go out on a date with me if I asked? That's a person. If it's her, the answer is yes. Yeah, I mean... Can we do the survey anytime? Oh, man, this is so interesting. Maybe... Yeah, maybe there's something to be done about doing one question every day, right? And then the next day we can just... Would you consider having a relationship with an android that looks like a human? Okay, I'm gonna test something. What if I say I don't know?
Do you think that technology could become a threat to mankind?
What do you mean could become a threat to mankind? Okay, what if I back now and I go back in?
Do you think that technology could become a threat to mankind?
It actually works that way! This is amazing! It actually works that way. It leads you to question 2. Anyway, I wonder if you go through the entire survey, I wonder if then you can start from the beginning. Apparently Birdie seems to think that yes. Or remember that you can do it, but I don't want to see all the questions in advance. That's the thing, right? The music is great. Could you be in a relationship with an android if they look like a human? I mean, it's such a hard and complex question because a lot of it depends on how much sentience they have. If they're an android like in Blade Runner or some of those we've seen in this game, sure. I mean, and that's the thing, we haven't seen a lot of it yet, but like Marcus already displays a certain quality and, you know, emotions that a very balanced human being would. In fact, I agree with what's the name of his caretaker, Carl. I agree with Carl. He seems more human than a lot of human I've met. But then on the other hand, you have like Kara, who seems, you know, like you can tell there's a little bit of something going on, but she doesn't feel very human yet, right? She's just doing her work and it seems very like robotic. And then you have, what was his name? Connor, who literally displayed no emotions. He did his job and then he went out, didn't care that he lied to another android, and he just like focused on his work, which again like doesn't feel, well, I mean, I've seen humans behave that way, but I don't know. Would you want to be in a relationship with something that can only mimic human emotion? I mean, that's the whole crux of the question, is what kind of artificial intelligence are we talking about? Are we talking about an artificial intelligence that is so advanced that it actually is sentient, self-aware, and actually capable of real emotions and feelings? Because technically it's possible, right? What is the brain but a series of connections and, you know, I mean, depending on your faith, I'm sure that the answer could be very different, but I feel like if we're talking about a true artificial intelligence, it should be capable of displaying the same emotions as we are. Is it more or less real? I don't know. I've been in relationships with some humans where the authenticity of their feelings were just as questionable as a fucking AI bot on the internet. So, what's up, Melon? How are you doing today? I don't think androids or AI could have those. I don't know. I feel, obviously it depends on your definition of emotions and love, but do you not feel like reducing emotions and feelings to hormones? Even if it's true, it may be, right? It may very well be. But if you're reducing it to that, are those feelings really true anyway? Or is it just a chemical reaction, uncontrollable and, you know, chemical reaction in your body? And in which way is that different than just a bunch of zeros and ones? I don't know. How do you define what it means to have true feelings and emotions? I mean, that... I agree with Saladino in the sense that that's how it works for humans, but is it the only way in which emotions and love can express, can manifest? I don't know. It's interesting. Because it's... I don't think the fact that it's artificially replicated means that it's less valid. I'm trying to find a... I'm trying to find an analogy that would work for this. I would assume wanting to be in a relationship with something that looks human, you'd crave a human way of love from it. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? If it can emulate it, if it can emulate it to the point that it's indistinguishable, what difference does it make? Isn't it just another way of expressing it? The same feelings and emotions, except they're manifested in a different way? Plenty of people who are in love with buildings and theme park rides. People get married to the Eiffel Tower every year. Wait, hold on. The Eiffel Tower has a harem? That's one thing I didn't expect to learn today. This is well, I mean, define real there. No, I understand the love, deep love for building. That much, you know, mental illness is you know, rampant. But what do we say when we mean married? What's the legal status of all of these relationships? What's up, Foolish Flames? What's up, Rico? Craig Ferguson once talked about rattlesnakes with Jeff Foxworthy. Said he actually appreciated the fact that they rattled to warn you. He said, I wish I had met people like that in my life. The value of life is intrinsic in experiences, and if the android is smart enough, you will get those experiences. Philanor. Loving sexual commitment to... Yeah, but what's the legality of those marital statuses? It can be real marriage, right? Like, there's no legal document that actually binds them to that tower. I'm just trying to clarify what the Eiffel Tower getting married situation. This is fascinating to me. You think about this, the problem makes you just question how real regular non-android emotions are. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? If it's something that's... If I'm... just if my emotions and feelings are just a byproduct of my hormones firing up and all that, are they more real than a bunch of algorithms working in an android's brain? To me, and I mean, then we're getting into some deep stuff, but to me, the way love manifests is not just a feeling or an emotion in your stomach, right? It's not just the butterflies or all of that, or any of that. The way love manifests is through the actions that you do with and around a person. All those little things that you're going to do every day, right? And all those experiences. In that way, I join what let me scroll back up. Philanor was saying. And in that sense, I also agree that I feel like those things could be experienced with an android, as long, again, like we're a big part of that question is what kind of artificial intelligence are we talking about, right? It needs to be of a certain advanced level to reach like a minimum of self-awareness and what's a Bishless? Yeah, that's a good question too, aliens. Like, how do you get to that point, right? Do you just fall in love normally with them, or do you open a box and they're by default programmed to be in love with you? Which is very different. That, you know, like, that's a big part of it. It would need to come of natural ways. If I were to order an android and then it comes and it's in love with me immediately, that's the type of shit that's gonna make you feel like, you know, it's not real, I feel. If you meet an android because they're part of everyday society and they just live out there like normal people, and then you fall in love with them, you might not even know they're an android until, you know, a bit later in the relationship, depending on how realistic we're talking, right? And so, I don't know. What's up, Shepard? What's up, Toxic? One of them literally changed her name to Erica Eiffel after marrying the Eiffel Tower? Totally healthy. Yeah, no, that seems like a fine relationship right there. Who are we to judge, right? No legal standing, but they're more like ceremonial, usually conducted by officials too. Oh yeah, so they're like MMO weddings. Remember when people married in World of Warcraft? I mean, I'm sure that still happens in fucking Final Fantasy or whatever. Was that a real thing? I mean, people would have their characters, you know, marry one another in the game. Like they would... I don't know how many of those translated into actual relationships or if it was just like a in-game thing, but... I'm sure there's plenty of, you know, examples in very different ways. Oh, wow, that link is crazy, Elisa. Especially, like, the fucking thumbnail. Is it that role-playing in the game? Well, you would think so. I think it got a little further than that, Kyo, in many cases. Like, that's the thing, right? It wasn't just role-playing in the game for a lot of those cases. It was just, you know, people getting very involved in their online world and relationships. I mean, I don't know how aware of World of Warcraft you were back in the day. I don't know how old you are, Kyo, but like if you were paying attention to WoW back in the, you know, between 2005 and 2010, that shit was crazy. Like unprecedented time in gaming history in how it just pierced into the mainstream and suddenly everyone was playing that game. It was really crazy. I never got married in MMOs, but I got around on RuneScape. Were you baiting those poor guys to give you materials and all that, Elisa? Is that what happened? Were you one of those wenches? Were you a harlot, a RuneScape harlot? I did everything for a party hat, never got it. Aw, that's so sad. Warren, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Eiffel Towered. Okay, well, this conversation is going places right now. Eiffel Towered, thank you for 373 subs, Warren. I appreciate that. And Eiffel Towered, you will be remembered. I guess Erica got Eiffel Tower too. In a different way, I guess, yeah. What's up, Sugar? How are you doing today? There's a newish documentary about this topic of WoW and relationships. The Remarkable Life of Ibelin. Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen. Back in 2009, in my friend circle, 3 relationships that were existing in that friend circle started in World of Warcraft, and they were all long distance, you know, between Switzerland and France, most of them, because we were playing with French people at the time, most of the time, because there were French servers, right? So everyone who was playing on French servers was playing with French people from Switzerland, like playing from Switzerland. So, you know, long distance but reasonable, right? Or Belgian. One of them was a Belgian dude. So yeah, I mean, you know, that was a thing back then. That was a way people met, because you spend so much time playing games together and you get to know one another, and you know, it's like people meeting on Twitch these days. Like that's what I always say. That's my only hope for relationships is Twitch at this point. Like it's I never go out. How else would I meet people? You know? Already worked once, ended terribly, but worked once, you know? I've married, officiated. Wait, hold on, what? 2 weddings for friends I met through WoW? Wait, Captain Dax, you're able to marry people? There's things I don't know about you. This is very interesting. What's up, Volpin? What's up, Kimmy? What's up, Chandra? The lore is deep? Oh, man. You got my curiosity, Dax. He's a captain, that's true. Was it on a boat? In international waters or something? I haven't met anyone on Twitch that lives remotely close to me. Me neither, to be frank. One person. I met one person on Twitch that lived pretty near. I know people on Twitch that are not too far, right? But I've only met... Well, no, actually, that's not true. Arion doesn't live too far away, and we've hung out. Insoro doesn't live too far away. We haven't met yet, but I'm sure we will at some point. But yeah, Freya, the streamer, she lived. She moved, I think, since a bit further away, but she lived 30 minutes away from me. We hung out once. So yeah, I mean, you know, Twitch is, you know, Switzerland's not a big, like, if you live, say, in Austin in the US, or even like Los Angeles, or New York, there's more of a chance you're gonna actually be around people who, you know. Wait, are you guys going to TwitchCon US next year? I mean, I had a plan of maybe going to TwitchCon US next year. We'll see. It's nothing set in stone yet, but I do plan on doing that. I do plan on going to the EU one as well. It's going to be in Rotterdam, as far as I'm aware. It's not too far away, so maybe that will work too. Well, honestly, $10, Kimi, Emmy, and all that, and the, you know, like we should probably discuss if we want to do something like get a bed and breakfast as a large group. We can probably get more people involved. That, you know, that could be a nice way to get something cheaper. I know that's what a lot of groups do. So anyway, we should talk about that like early next year, probably, when things get a bit more precise, I guess. I hear TwitchCon is very for the kids. Yeah, but that's the thing, Dax. You don't even have to go to the con itself. You just go around TwitchCon and just hang out outside of the convention center, and you go places and you just meet people in restaurants, bars, or whatever, right? The con itself, you don't even have to go. You know, it's just, I think doing maybe one day inside can be fun, just to see what it's like, right? Especially if you're traveling from far away. At least taking a look once could be nice, but people who've already been inside the con, you know, I don't think there's any point in going back in. It's always the same thing, so. Yeah, no, I mean, for sure. Let's see what we're... So for context, going back to what we were talking about, the only reason we're having that conversation about androids and relationships, and then it devolved into WoW marriages for some reason, is because the game has a survey. And the first question, which I already skipped somehow, was... would you be in a relationship with an android if they looked like a human? Which I think is a question that has a ton of layers which need to be explored.
Accessing the extras section. Do you think that technology
Okay, so that's
become a
question 2.
threat
I
to
really wish
mankind?
I could go back to question 1. And I think maybe if I go through all the questions, then I can go back to the beginning, but I kind of don't want to see all the questions in advance. I think I'm going to look at one question every day. Or 1 or 2, depending, like, because I feel like the next one is already answered. Technology has become a threat to mankind. I don't think it's a matter of could, it's a matter of how bad can it get. Now, it depends how, you know, what exactly we're talking about when we say threat to mankind. As in extinction? I don't know, maybe not, but... Then again, the most likely route for mankind extinction is probably climate change. And a lot of that is due to technology, so... Seems pretty obvious. I don't know. I've been considering writing a short story about a person who falls in love with an AI bot, but I don't know. You need to watch Her. I'm not saying you shouldn't write your story, I'm just saying you need to watch Her if you want to write on that topic. In my opinion, Her is the best, one of the best, most realistic sci-fi movie ever made. I think it's actually depicting a future that feels real, more than any other sci-fi movies I've ever seen. I kind of want to watch it again, actually, just talking about it. Have you watched the latest Blade Runner movie? That's 2041, right? 49. There hasn't been a new one. I've seen 2049, yep. Recently. It was good. I enjoyed it. Crevette, thank you so much for the Prime resub. 3 months. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. Appreciate you. Casey Crevette, you will be remembered. Is TikTok a threat to mankind? Discuss. Yes. Of course it is. In so many different ways. Obviously, it depends what you consider threat to mankind. There's levels to this, right? Is it gonna lead to short-term extinction? No, probably not. Does it lead to a lot of societal issues? Yes. TikTok is fine? Really not, though. I mean, here's the thing. It may not be a problem in your individual experience because you are using it in a different way. But as a whole, it definitely affects society in a pretty negative way. It easily leads to brainwashed, manipulated masses of young people that are then gonna have the power to vote. So it's very easily to manipulate that and get them to embrace values that they wouldn't have otherwise. Which, you know, I'm not saying... Listen, I'm not saying TikTok is the only thing that does that. There's many different ways in which you can do that shit, right? But... unfortunately, 2 wrongs don't make 1 right. It's made your attention span really bad. Well, that's another side effect, yeah. I don't know if there's any studies that actually measure the effects of that on attention span, but it seems to make logical sense. Our brains are adaptable, right? They train to the kind of information we consume, so... It's a brainy. Have you ever gotten around watching The Expanse? No, not yet. I'm probably gonna watch The Expanse when I play the Mass Effect trilogy. That's gonna be a good timing for that. Sometime next year. The only thing listen, these days I have very little free time to watch TV shows, unfortunately. I stream, usually take a nap, play Street Fighter, go to sleep. That's with a bit of eating sprinkled in there and some wrestling here and there, and you know that's pretty much my schedule right now. I know it's very sad. You don't have to remind me. What a catch I am, right? But the one thing I do want to watch at any point where I find some free time is The Bear. I've only watched season 1 of The Bear. I think it's fascinating. I really want to watch season 2. Also, the next part of the Cobra Kai final season is coming out in 4 days, so I'm gonna have to find time for that too. Oh yeah, second season of Shrinking's coming out. I'm waiting for it to be completely out though. I don't know how long that's gonna take. Couple months probably. But yeah, all right. Let's run a poll in chat. What was the exact phrasing of the question? Hold on. Let me I'm actually gonna go back. 15 minutes is not gonna be enough, is it? No, who am I kidding? Of course it's not. How long have I been on this fucking screen? At least an hour. 53. Well, okay, 30 minutes should be enough, right? There it is. All right. Can we make a poll for that for chat? Would you consider having a relationship with an android that looks like a human? Yes, no, I don't know. That's the question we were debating. I can't answer this? Of course you can. Okay, I'm voting in the poll too. I think I'm going with yes. I think, again, assuming the... it's not just a matter of, like, appearances, but there's also, like, assuming they're just as realistic as the ones in the game, or in Blade Runner, and there's a form of self-awareness, sentience. If it seems like, you know, we're talking about an advanced form of intelligence, if we're talking about... I don't want... Like I said, I don't want an android that comes out of the box and you press a button and that thing is in love with you, right? No, I want that it you know, that there's some real choice being made by the android, right? If I can have a relationship with my imaginary girlfriend, I can have it with an android as well. There you go. Deco Nation. Absolutely. They don't specify the type of relationship? Yeah, I mean... that's for you to decide, I guess. To me, the way it's phrased, I would assume like a relationship, right? You're dating and you're living together maybe, or you're, you know, and you know, it's not just like sex, for instance. $3,000. Well, that's the thing, right? You shouldn't pay for it. That's one of the conditions for me. Is it's not an android that I buy for that purpose. Like, my perception is society now has androids living as part of, you know, mankind or whatever, and they're out there, they're doing things, and you can interact with them like you would humans, and suddenly you fall in love with one, right? Could be a person you go to the movies with and get dinner. Is that what you... Well, I mean, that's personally not what I hear when I say having a relationship, right? To me, when you say having a relationship, you mean like a romantic relationship. Romantic or sexual relationship, right? It's not like an intimate relationship. It's not just a friendship, right? But if that's how you want to look at it, that's a fair way to look at it too. Yeah. It's vaguely worded. I agree, yeah. Now, to be fair, if you're, I don't know, if you're capable of having a friendship with an android, would you not be able to have a romantic relationship with them? Because the feelings are, there's still feelings and emotions, right? Assuming you're not, you know, aromantic or asexual, but, you know. In the Daniel scenario, if you were in an android world and in a relationship, and then a biological human showed interest, would you dump the android? I mean, I don't think it's that simple. Well, I mean, probably not, right? Because if you're able to get into that type of relationship with an android, you've probably valued them just as much as you do a human. At least I would, at least. I don't think that's a given, but at least I personally would. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to be in a romantic relationship with one, right? I don't know, man. I've seen enough humans to not like them very much. Maybe androids have a better shot at convincing me. That's true, Brainy. We've seen what happens. Can the android have your children? Because I imagine that's a deal breaker for some people. That's true. That's a good point. I personally, of course, haven't really considered it because it's not in my plans, but... Alright, so a lot of yeses, quite a few no's, and a few I don't knows. Okay. Fair enough. But 66% of respondents say yes. We're all a bunch of degenerates. I'm kidding. What's up, Pitsy? What's up, Alex? Well, that's the thing. In my opinion, that's not how it works, right? It's not in the way I'm looking at it, it's not an android that you can turn off or on. You know, it's... And that's my decision to choose to look at the question that way. But to me, that looks like a human. I'm almost going as far as to... I choose to understand this as indistinguishable, right? You may know it's an android, but they're indistinguishable in a lot of ways. Again, like they may not be able to bear children, or, you know. But from the outside appearances and present, like the way they present themselves and the way they behave and all that, right? Yeah, that's the thing, Volpin, exactly. Like, if it's something I purchase and it comes out of a box and it loves me, then I'm not interested, right? It has to be something that develops naturally. What's up, Sokoman? I have the ability to turn off just about anyone. I'm not sure that's what they meant, but... Hey, listen, technically we all have the ability to turn off other human beings. It's just not legal. Trust me, that's a power I wish you know, there's a few situations where you're like, I wish I could, you know, exercise that power. Seen some assholes out there that I would like to turn off sometimes, but... That's all semantics now? Well, isn't it the point, right? It's always all semantics. Like, that question is a semantic nightmare. Would you consider Doesn't mean you would commit to it. Would you consider, right? That's already a word that we need to define. Relationship needs to be defined. Looks like needs to be defined. Human probably needs to be defined in a way. It's a bit kiss. But yeah, interesting. So yeah, tomorrow we'll look at the next question. I mean,
Do you think that technology could become a threat to mankind?
I think this one, we'll talk about it a bit more tomorrow again, but I'm pretty sure the answer to that one's pretty easy. Like, this is, to me, that's a hard yes. Like, could become a threat to mankind. Yes, it probably already is in many ways. So I think this one's going to be very, very quick. But I'm looking forward to the next one. I'm looking forward to the next one, but we'll look at that tomorrow. Yeah, I think we're going to do like 1 or 2 questions every day. That's a nice way to start the stream and have a little bit of a, you know, topic of conversation before we get in the game. I like that. I'm glad I found this. This is fun. Genuinely think most people people mostly don't make decisions about relationships and love in an abstract way. They'll tell you that, but I find posterior information bias to be the real problem. Full cognitive versus non-cognitive problem. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Or do you mean like most people would make those decisions for material, based on material grounds? And by material, I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be like you put androids as an option on your Tinder profile. Is worldwide pollution not evidence of that already? I think it is, right? We talked about that a few minutes ago when we first saw the question, right? Climate change is probably one of the biggest threats to mankind as a whole, and that's a lot of it is due to tech advancement. So. The music is great here. One second. What I mean is that whether the information that it's an android weighs in on the decision-making process of falling in love or having feelings for them. Abstract information rarely helps psychologically, which is odd because people often display themselves as logical and rational. Right. Feelings and thoughts just happen. Yeah, but I don't know. I think the idea here is that the way it works now is that we always work on the assumption that the other person is human, of course, because there's nothing else. If androids were part of our society, wouldn't that be more in the forefront, right? Of like knowing if that person is human or not. Maybe not for everyone, but I could see that being the case for some people. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Alright, so I wanted to look at those magazines because when I found them in the game, I didn't realize how I was supposed to read them. So I missed reading on some of them. Connecting the dots. The transport innovation that's shaking up California. The new Subtube completed its first journey today from Manhattan to downtown LA in under 2 hours. Less than half the 5-hour flight time. The top speed of 1,800 miles per hour was made possible because the tube travels through a depressurized chamber, providing a near frictionless environment for its magnetized motors. For commuters, this raises the tantalizing prospect of finishing a long shift in the Big Apple and putting your feet up on the Golden Coast. Oh yeah, interesting. So it's like almost like a zero-G sort of like tube that goes through the country, and then I'm pretty sure I mentioned that story in the past on this channel, but when I was in high school, we were supposed to write a story for French literature class, right? We were supposed to write a story. And I remember writing a story a sci-fi story, that happened on an ice planet, where they had a tube like that, like a system of tubes like that all around the planet. And they would go into like little pods that I remember in my mind looked like the pods in DBZ, you know, like the pods the Saiyans used to travel the galaxy and all that. Pods like that, and you would get in there and then it would shoot you across the, you know, those tubes around the planet super fast and all that. I didn't had any clue of like zero-G frictionless stuff. I just thought a tube with like a ball going through it super fast looked really cool, right? But I remember writing that story, and it was a whole story of like a corporation was digging through the ice mantle on that planet to find some resources under the surface. And at one point, the main character in the story, who was a digger, so he was digging through the thing, and it was suspended by a cable in a big, you know, tunnel that they dug in the ice, and he was like upside down and digging, and suddenly the ice breaks and the floor breaks or whatever, and then he looks down, and there's light and there's green and there's colors. And it looks like, you know, a nice little countryside landscape under all that ice. And then there's a human-looking little boy that looks up at him. And he sees that, and the moment he sees that, he's like, what the fuck is going on? He gets like pulled back to the surface, right? And he's like, wait, I saw something in there. And they're like, nah, you didn't. You know, it's probably just, you know, you were upside down, blood got to your brain, you were confused. And then goes back home after work, and the next day, you know, receives a letter in his mailbox that he's, you know, he's being sent back to Earth. His shift is over on the planet or whatever. And that was pretty much where the story ended, right? Because it was just supposed to be a short story of a few pages. But I had this whole imagination of like a whole civilization living under that ice mantle on that planet. Like with artificial, you know, suns and all that, and the corporation that was doing the digging was somehow aware that there was something to find, or maybe it was an accident and they just found them, right? But anyway, the whole thing was covered, and the poor main character who found that wasn't allowed to have information about that and all. I wasn't sure what the rest of it would be. I was imagining in my head that he was gonna, you know, he was gonna be sent the next day to like the spaceport to be sent back to Earth, but you know, some event or his curiosity or something suddenly makes him escape, and then try to, you know, go back under the surface on his own and all that stuff. Anyway, I was very proud of that story when I wrote it back when I was, I don't know, probably like 15 years old or something. And my teacher at the time, when he gave us our stories back, was very mad at me because he thought I plagiarized the story. The only comment he made was like, pretty sure I've read that story before. Try to come up with something yourself next time. And I was like, I don't, you know, I literally just wrote that on my own yesterday. But if you could tell me the name of the book that I plagiarized, I would be very happy to read it because it sounds awesome. Never gave me a title, so I don't know. But that was very upsetting. I was very sad. Quite motivating, I know. Didn't stop me from writing though, but no. Nurturing young minds and all that, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It's still something that's in my mind. From time to time I think about it and I'm like, I wonder what happened there. But he's dead since then, so it's not like I can ask, right? Cage taking note for a heavy ice right now. Yeah. Is that gonna be the topic of your next novel? Probably not, but there's a part of me that wants to take that story again and write a whole thing about it, like a full novel. Did you get the feeling they just didn't like you? I don't know. I don't remember. I mean, I wasn't a great student, but I was not very I was not a very hardworking student in high school. I was not very disciplined. I don't think a lot of teachers liked me. I don't know, Faulty. I think they were too old to really be aware of Snowpiercer. I don't know. My thought, but that only came to me a bit later, was that they thought it was similar to Barjavel's La Nuit des Temps. I'm not sure what the English title would be, but which, you know, mentioned like it was a finding an old, presumably alien artifact under the Antarctic, and you know, I don't know. That's the only thing I could think about that was remotely similar that they could have read at the time, right? What's up, Archeesy? Yeah, Angthar. Yeah, Rico. Listen, having been a teacher, we can make mistakes. It happens, right? I think, but I think it's important to always second guess yourself, right, when something happens. And if you're wrong, if you learn you're wrong, make sure to, you know, apologize and make amends. You have to show kids that mistakes can happen, and you have to deal with them in a mature way, right? Yeah. California's property markets are reacting. Suburban prices have skyrocketed 64%. LA realtor Charlene Lowe said she knows where the new buyers are coming from. They're East Coast types, specifically New Yorkers. They see a chance to keep that NYC salary whilst enjoying an LA lifestyle, and they're scrambling over each other to take advantage. Real estate isn't the only thing shaking up. School places are rapidly filling, and suburban retailers are racking up prices in anticipation of all those New York dollars flooding in. Longtime Californians are expected to be pushed out from the cities, which is why they've been protesting the new line. As one angry demonstrator put it, first Detroit takes our jobs, then New York takes our homes. When is it gonna end? When is it gonna end? Okay. The North Pole, why Russia wants it. Frozen treasures. Russia's interest in the North Pole has intensified with the recent discovery of precious minerals trapped in the frozen ice, many of which are used in synthesizing... Oh, I read this one actually. Yeah. I'm assuming thorium is what they're using to build... Like, it's a very important part of building androids. Wait. I get the feeling if you were a teacher that the kids could get you off topic if they ask you the right question. Oh yeah, that was totally a thing. That was very openly a thing. And you know what? I let it happen. Because you know what? Most of the time, when they would bring up a topic, it was something they were actually interested in. And it would create so many interesting conversations with the kids in class. And here's the thing. I would know when to let myself get distracted. It was when we were ahead of schedule or when we were already done with what we were supposed to do for that period or that day or whatever, right? And so they would bring up those topics, and in their minds, they thought they were, you know, doing something else than doing school. But, you know, we already had done what we were supposed to do. So now they were suddenly very engaged in a topic of conversation, and it was a very interesting way of just, you know, conversations, open minds, expression, you know, like it even counts as a, you know, for like the French program, we had like a, one of the objectives of the French program is self-expression, right? Being able to express yourself. And it's not just in writing, but also like orally, right? And so that was a great way to work on those things in a way that to them didn't feel like work at all. So. Oh yeah, Unkthar, that happens all the time. Yeah, of course, Samurai. Yeah. Their questions and thoughts are important, so that's great. Yeah, Brainy. That doesn't seem too ideal, but what's up, Holo? What's up, Zia? I think this one, Secrets of Androids. How CyberLife designs its androids to coexist with humans. VR MMORPG reaches 1 billion user. I would love to read that part of it. Let's see. The Secret of Androids. Designing androids that are easily accepted by humans was a huge challenge CyberLife had to overcome. Jason Graff, director of the humanization department at CyberLife, unveiled some of his design secrets in our recent interviews. The first androids were perfect. They had perfect faces, perfect expression, and we soon realized that there was something disturbing about them that made people feel uncomfortable. CyberLife worked on ways to humanize its machines so that they could enter our homes and become new members of our family. They created androids of both genders and all ethnicities, analyzing thousands of voices to find the most pleasing tones. Realistic blinking was perfected, though totally unnecessary, along with breathing, facial hair, and many other humanizing traits. The perfect simulation of humanity, down to details that androids simply don't need, is the secret of CyberLife's design success. That makes me wonder if androids could experience dysmorphia. Like, what if the android looks at itself in the fucking mirror and it's like, And here's the thing, I don't think an android could fix that, right? If they, for some reason they want to change their muscle mass or they want to be thinner or thicker or whatever, right? They don't work like us, right? I don't think they can actually affect their body weight. That's probably going to be an interesting psychological question, right? Or is it just not on their radar because that's not part of their nature to have changing bodies, right? Oh, that's also a huge thing we didn't think about earlier. When we talked about like indistinguishable from humans and you know, like being in a relationship with them, they were never kids. They don't have like childhood memories like us. They don't have childhood trauma like us. That's great. They don't have memories of their child unless they're implemented. Do they implement fake childhood memories so that they think themselves more human? Oh my god, this is this is a whole thing now. We're full on in Blade Runner territory right now. My most memorable teacher was my classics professor, ancient Greek, comedy and drama. Dude was so affable and encouraging. That's nice. I wonder what my most memorable teacher was, or my favorite teacher was. Yeah, I don't know. I remember in high school, very first year of high school, I had a philosophy professor. I was 15, you know, start of high school. And the first lesson, I will always remember it. I didn't particularly like that professor, but I still remember that lesson. He showed us something that looked like a Rubik's Cube, right? And he was like, "Can you guys tell me what this is?" Everyone, of course, was like, "This is a cube. We're smart kids. We're just fresh in high school. We remember our lessons from like math class in primary school. This is a cube." Or middle school, you know. This is a cube right there. And then he like slightly opens his finger and the cube rotates in his hand. And it turns around and it turns out it's not a cube. It's completely hollow, right? It was just like 3 sides of what appeared to be a cube but wasn't. But you only can see 3 sides at the same time, right? And the whole point there was that, you know, it's easy to be sure of what you think you know, when reality is very different. And I remember this being such an amazing way to start a philosophy like my first philosophy class ever. I was like, oh my god, I love philosophy, this is amazing. My little 15-year-old brain was blown at the time. So yeah, that was fun. Horrifying idea, androids with dysmorphia. Yeah, what do they do? Like, do we think there's a world where androids starts customizing themselves if they experience dysmorphia? Replace their parts like a computer, like you would replace parts in a computer, but they do it to themselves, right? I don't know. Oh yes, yeah. Nice. I need to watch that movie again. It's been so long. The Price of Life. How driverless vehicle make... Oh, we read that one. Yeah. That was the one about assigning value to individuals, right? Climate change up, how the environment is changing America's society. A recent US census has found that as sea levels continues to rise and climate change leads to more and more extreme weather, America's once prosperous coastal cities are being deserted by the rich. Wait, didn't they just say that people were raiding LA and its locations and... Waterside, oh, I mean, I guess they want to be in LA, but not on the coast. I don't know. I feel like this magazine is a bit contradictory with the previous one. Still, like they were talking about the Gold Coast and all that. Listen, it could be just that there's more layers to this world, right? Because no world is, you know, that simple, one-dimensional. There's a lot of things happening at the same time. Or it could be that different people wrote different magazines and they never fully fact-checked that everything fit together, right? That's also possible. Waterside real estate in one-stop attractions like Miami and Los Angeles are experiencing fright flight, with wealthy residents opting for properties further inland or higher altitudes. This is driving up price in once rural areas and plummeting house value in previously desirable neighborhoods. Which, again, like, contradicts what they said earlier, with the prices skyrocketing because of all of the New Yorkers, you know, moving across the country. Whilst this might sound like an opportunity for poor Americans to enjoy a new lifestyle, the reality is less attractive. Coastal properties are not just exposed to regular flooding, hurricanes, and other climatic weather. They're also suffering from urban flight, with all the services and amenities following richer customers into new areas. Urban development specialist Arnold Waters calls this the donut effect, whereby the previous center of coastal cities gets hollowed out. The census is just the latest example of how climate change is affecting American societies in ways previously not imagined, altering not only the face of our environment, but even the social fabric of our nation. Oh, nice. Androids in sport. I'm excited to read that. Oh, right, Anktar, yeah. Interesting. I wonder, maybe there's some of that in Altered Carbon as well, right? In a different way, like not androids, but sort of clones things. I never kept watching Altered Carbon, which is weird because I really enjoyed the first couple episodes I watched. In its third game of the season, Android pitcher X67 threw a pitch that broke the 120 miles per hour mark. Okay, baseball people out there. I'm sure there's a few nerds among you that watch baseball. What's the average human pitch speed? Because 120 miles per hour doesn't mean anything to me in itself, much less in terms of what a baseball pitch might look like, so. 90s for a fastball? What is... Oh, hold on. What is that in kilometers per hour? 193? Oh, geez, that's fast. That's as fast as a fucking tennis serve. The world record is 105 miles per hour. Okay. Over 100 is considered quite fast. Yeah, okay, okay. Wait, hold on. What's a fastball? Why is it like specifically called a fastball? Is it because you just shoot a straight rather than having like a curve or something? You have curveball, slider, or other movement. You don't always throw as fast as you can. Oh yeah, because you want to throw off the rhythm, right? You throw real fast and then you throw a slower one, so they have to... Yeah. Makes sense. I'm not a huge expert when it comes to baseball, as you can tell. I've played some baseball games back in Commodore 64 era. And maybe one MLB game in the 2010s or something. Right, Greedo. The only thing I know about baseball is that you pay way too much for your hot dogs and that nothing happens most of the time. It's a beautiful sport. I believe you. I believe that's your opinion, at least. No, I like the concept of baseball. I really like the idea of it. I think the execution and the pacing needs a bit of work, but... Anyway. The human batsman wasn't able to swing until after the ball had already reached the catcher's glove. Wouldn't that be really, like, painful for the catcher, though? Oh, well, I guess not, because they have, like, those gloves are meant to deal with that shit, right? When they catch, like, balls that are getting nailed by the bats. They're probably way faster than that. I like baseball movies. Would I go to an actual game? Probably not. What's a good baseball movie that's not Field of Dreams? Moneyball? Okay. Wait, is that one with... for some reason I have a memory of Moneyball being with Brad Pitt, but... It is with Brad Pitt! Where's that memory coming from? I've never seen the movie. I have never seen that movie, but for some reason I knew it was with Brad Pitt. I actually need to watch it. I want to watch that movie. A League of Their Own. Angels in the Outfield. Okay, now you guys are just making names up. Oh, I've seen A League of Their Own with Tom Hanks. Yeah, when I was younger. When I was a kid, I've seen that movie on TV at some point. I don't remember it much, but I remember seeing that, yeah. There's no way Angels in the Outfield is a real movie. Right, Kimmy? You're just Googling baseball movies names at this point, right? Shit, it exists. God damn. That's a plushie. Fever Pitch. Oh my god, is that Drew Barrymore? It is! Jimmy Fallon? Wait, hold up. Jimmy Fallon was an actor? I am learning things today. This stream is great. We haven't played a single second of the video game and I'm learning things. Oh man, seeing Drew Barrymore makes me realize that we'll never get a next season of the Santa Clarita Diet. I'm very sad about that still. That's probably one of the best TV shows that was cancelled that I've ever seen. Yeah, plushie. Yeah, Creed. Sounds like the Mighty Ducks, but with baseball instead of hockey. Do you guys remember the Mighty Ducks movie? God, I loved that movie when I was a kid. Santa Clarita Diet was so good. It was. It really was. I'm very sad that we never got a closure on this one. Anyway, androids were introduced as a one-per-team innovation, but they've come to dominate team strategy. Every draft sees the major professional baseball teams breaking their own transfer records to purchase the latest android models. But is the game suffering? I don't know. Sounds to me like it would just improve baseball, but... Jenny Waterfield, head of Fanzine Home Run, says fans are becoming disenchanted. The magic of the sport is seeing the limits of human potential. A machine breaking this kind of records just isn't exciting or even surprising. But not everybody agrees. Christopher Lennox, a baseball pundit and ex-pitcher, thinks androids are making the game more exciting. These machines are shaking things up and pushing players to do even better. The game can only survive by evolving. I don't know. Okay, we read this one. Yeah. This one we read. Yep. Same thing about football. Did we read this one? Yeah. That one we read. Life on in the galaxy. In the solar system. And that's it. We caught up on the magazines that I missed. Nice. Excellent. Okay. We're ready to get back into the game. Finally. And for once, this is the longest introduction to a stream we've ever had before getting in the game. That wasn't because I didn't want to play the game. Usually when we have like a super long intro, it's because I'm having a bad day and I don't really want to play games or whatever, and I just yap for 2 hours. This time I really want to play the game, but we just explored the extras and there were so many interesting things with the survey that we'll go back to tomorrow and all that. This is cool. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, Kimi. But I'm assuming this is, you have like, this is one of the NHL team. Like it's an official NHL team jersey, right? Or shirt. It's not about the movie, even though the movie is named after the franchise, right? That was the whole thing, I think, when the franchise was created. The movie was almost like an advertisement for them, right? But I don't remember exactly, but I remember there was a link between the movie and the actual like NHL franchise. Yeah, Anaheim. Yeah.
The most important thing is not to live, but to have a reason to live. That's a quote from Jean Genot, a French writer.
She's so happy about it. What's there to be happy about? Yeah, I don't know. No. They were a popular NHL team at some point, so. I don't know, that was a thing in the 90s that I never quite realized until later, is how many people had those caps, at least here in Europe, like from like the Chicago Bulls or the Los Angeles Kings, or, you know, all those teams, like caps and t-shirts and all that, even though we literally were not watching the sport because it wasn't airing here. Like, it wasn't a thing.
If a man has not discovered something he will die for,
yeah,
he's not fit to live.
MLK, I know.
That's a quote from Martin Luther King.
Like in the 90s, in the 90s, you wouldn't really watch American sports here. It didn't air. Like, the only knowledge I had of NHL teams was the NHL video games, starting in like 94 or something, 93. But yeah, I mean, all those things were still, like, everyone would have them. I don't know. It's so weird. We just thought the logos looked cool. Yeah. I mean, and I guess the team spent a lot of money exporting that shit. I don't know. It's really weird. I never really thought about it at the time, but yeah. All right, let's get in the game. People were ban teas of bands they don't listen to. Yeah, but I feel like that's a bit different because those bands are still worldwide, right? Like Nirvana was, you were able to listen to them. Even though a lot of kids these days probably wear Nirvana t-shirts without ever having heard the band, which is probably better for them, by the way. Because Nirvana sucks, but... Blasphemy. Actual gameplay happening after 2 hours, just like baseball. There you go. We brought it up in a nice little, you know, full circle. I have a Rolling Stones shirt and I only like 2 of their songs. Yeah, I'm gonna get a Taylor Swift t-shirt, even though I literally only know 1 song of her. Please? Come on. Bait hooked. Nirvana does not suck. I guess it's a matter of opinion. Obviously, their influence is undeniable. Their success and influence is undeniable. But No, I actually quite liked it, Rico, at the time. I enjoyed Nirvana when I was a kid. I listened to them quite a bit. They had this live album. One of their latest album they released was a live one, not the unplugged album, the Muddy Banks or whatever it was called, like the orange cover. That one was sick. I remember listening to that album a whole lot when I was playing Street Fighter 2 on Super Nintendo. I remember going to a friend's house almost every week, and we would play Street Fighter 2 Turbo at the time, listening to that Nirvana album. It was great. Can I pick one for you? I'll buy it. Oh, jeez. I don't know, Kimmy. I would never wear it. That's the problem. I would wear it as a pajama at home to take naps. That's the only time I wear something that isn't black. A black t-shirt is when I'm just napping. That's not really true, but sometimes it is. Did Kimmy win the lottery? I don't know. I hope if she did, she'd you know, throw a little bit my way. If Daniel has a nap wearing that t-shirt, can we say he's sleeping on Taylor Swift? Yeah, I mean, I do take naps on my when I take naps, I do it on my... Okay, listen. I have a very weird thing. Most of the time, for normal sleep, I sleep on my side. Almost always. I almost always sleep on my side. Usually left side to fall asleep, and then sometimes during the night I turn right side. For whatever reason. But I mostly always sleep on my side. Now, when it comes to naps, I nap on my belly or on my back sometimes. Because if I, like, here's the thing. If I nap, like, I usually start my nap on my belly. And then after a while, for some reason, I put my arms like that, right? Under the pillow. But for some reason, my circulation in my arms doesn't go really well when I do that. And so at some point, my arms are getting, like, a bit, you know, annoying and all that. So I turn on my back and I just finish my nap on my back. But now here's the thing. The weird thing I do is that when I nap, I'm laying on my bed sideways. Like, if this is my bed and that's how you sleep normally, right? I take naps like this. With half my legs hanging off of the side. Well, not half, but like basically under my knee and like in the middle of my my shin, pretty much. Everything else is hanging out of the outside the bed, right? For some reason, that's how I program my brain to be like, this is not a sleep. This is just a nap, right? And I also stay, like, I stay in my shorts and socks and t-shirt to take a nap, right? I don't cover myself. I don't like covering myself for naps. I just lay there, right? Whereas if it's a proper sleep, I like having my, you know, my duvet, you know, comforter on me, and I like sleeping in my boxers and... So it's a whole thing, yeah. I see you in novelty t-shirts for some reason. Eat, sleep, shit, mustache rides, 5 cents. No, Credo, that's not my style actually. Yeah. Believe it or not. Merch when? I don't know. Probably never. Polo. I don't know what kind of merch I would even do. Like just a black t-shirt with a white stash in the middle, like the shape. I don't know. I should just merch. I should have black t-shirts as merch. Just plain black t-shirts with absolutely nothing on them. Now that would be something. That's some concept I could get behind. Price $50, exactly. I've only later realized how crazy Cobain's voice was. Would have become one of those singers that ruined their vocal cords sooner. Very clear, the guy had excellent pitch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Philanor. And I think it worked for what he was doing. But compared to a lot of his peers at the time, I don't know. It definitely has a vocal identity that is hard to deny, right? And it worked for Nirvana. But I don't think he was that great of a singer. To me, it's like Billy Corgan, right? Not a great singer, but undeniable vocal identity that definitely worked for what they were doing. How do you feel about Dave Grohl? I don't really have an opinion. He's a talented guy, yeah, I guess. Yeah. Wait, there was something I wanted to say, but I forgot what it was. Probably not important. I hear some blues in that pub we're about to enter. I'm excited to see what it's like. I like that I'm just sitting out there in the rain. But yeah, I don't know, like, you compare that to his contemporaries like Chris Cornell or Lane Staley, right? Like, it... I don't know. But again, like, that and I think that's the ultimate point. It's not just about vocal quality or technical prowess or any of that. Like, it's about, is the music you're making impactful, and does your vocal performance serve it in a way that is fitting, right? And I think Nirvana needed that sort of crazy, unrefined vocal style, right? And I agree with Rico. There also, like, there's so much unknown about Nirvana and what would have happened if they had had a longer career, right? But yeah, their influence is undeniable. That's for sure. Lord help me. Are you religious, Kimmy? What's going on? No androids allowed. Owners will be prosecuted. What happens with us? Like, who's our owner? The government? Are we part of the FBI? I don't even know what we're part of. I'm agnostic, but sometimes into the idea of God. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why you say, Lord, help me. Rain ASMR? Yeah, we're truly in heavy rain right now. I have to get out of bed. Well, enjoy your breakfast. Make some eggs or something. I don't know. What's that federal agency again in control called? Federal Bureau of Paranormal something? I don't remember. I didn't like Control very much. I never finished it. Federal Bureau of Control. Well, there you go. Yeah. I'm excited about Alan Wake, though. I really want to play Alan Wake 1 and 2. Control is so awesome. Yeah, I know a lot of people liked it, Birdie. I for some reason, I wish the lore I thought was fascinating, and I think there was a lot of good in the overall narrative and the characters and all that. The gameplay is what lost me. Those like waves of enemies, like every encounter seemed to be like waves of appearing enemies, and then you would go through those locations again and respawning enemies all the time, and like those missions, you know, like those side missions that will always pop up. Ah man, it really got on my nerves after a while, and yeah, I couldn't get into it anymore. I was just done. Like the lore wasn't attractive enough for me to want to keep pushing, I guess. Which is unfortunate because I really enjoyed, you know, all those mysteries and, you know, all the documents you would read about those artifacts and all that. The SCP aspect of it was really fascinating. I like that. Makes a better counterpiece to the Cage-a-thon than The Last of Us, Alan Wake 1 and 2. Really? Interesting. I mean, I haven't played them, so obviously I can't know that, right? But my idea with going into The Last of Us as a counterpoint to the Cage-a-thon is because I already sort of know what I'm getting into. And to me, you know, The Last of Us is probably some of the highest quality of narrative I've seen in those cinematic linear games, right? Not talking obviously about something like Disco Elysium, right? But yeah. This is of a league of its own, you know. It's more of a novel than anything else. Yeah, Birdie. Listen, I really wish I had enjoyed Control more. I was very excited about it at first, and yeah, the repetition sort of. Yeah, maybe I should have ignored the repetitive aspects of it and just like beeline through the main story, but that's not how I like to play games. So. Excited to see what you think of Alan Wake. Yeah, I'm excited about Alan Wake. I hear it's a story about a writer, so that already makes me curious about it, right? It makes the story relatable to me immediately, so. But yeah, we'll get to Alan Wake next year at some point, probably early. We'll see, we'll see. There's a lot of games to go through. Alright, let's get in there. Find Lieutenant Anderson. We're in! Yes, we are. Is that a sports bar? Jimmy's bar. Is that what you guys call a sports bar in the US? Sports pictures on the wall, a TV screen, always playing a game. There's no such thing as sports bar in Switzerland. No. I love the music though. They're usually much bigger and way more TVs. You'd call this a dive bar? A sports bar would have 10 TVs in this small area? Oh, okay. Scan. Find Lieutenant Anderson, scan faces. That's cool! Mismatch. Myers, Derek. Security guard, criminal record, none. Born... Is that 7th of May 1989 or 5th of July? I don't fucking know. You guys have to ruin everything. This is set in the US, so I'm expecting it to be the 7th of May, right? Yeah.
Shit, I thought androids weren't allowed in here.
Whoa. I'm not just an android. I'm an investigator of some kind. Who are you? Gray Christopher. Born, okay, 18th of June, 1983. Unemployed, criminal record, DUI. Driving under the influence? I'm assuming?
What's your problem?
Don't have one.
Buy me a drink?
No.
That's what I thought.
Graham Jonah. 9th of December, 1987. Unemployed, criminal record, none. I like that most people are unemployed. Like, this really drives the point of, you know, the androids sort of taking over and everything. Dempsey Edward. 8th of February, 1995. Administrator, criminal record, none. What's up, Zai? How are you doing today? Johan Kim. 10th of... It's almost his birthday! It was yesterday! That man turned 25 yesterday. Delivery driver, currently unemployed. Criminal record, domestic abuse. That's not very nice. No face detected, target turned away. What are you... So is this what... Well... Okay, maybe not. There it is. Lieutenant Anderson Hank. 6th of September, 1985. Police lieutenant, criminal record, none. Is that Clancy Brown? Hold on. The picture looks like him up there. I always remember him from Starship Troopers and Lost as well. Introduce self. Well, I'll introduce myself, but first, I kind of want to keep scanning people, because that's fun. McRae Samuel, 10th of April 2012. Docker, criminal record, none. It's interesting to think that, you know, like seeing those dates and thinking that these people were born so recently. I actually was thinking about that yesterday. We were watching a Street Fighter tournament yesterday. There's a kid there that made it to top 8. I think he even made it to the semifinals. Top 4. Maybe. 13 years old, that kid. 13 years old. That kid was born in 2011. And he was on the stage of a premier Capcom Pro Tour tournament. Absolutely blew me. Like, just the thought of that completely breaks my brain. I'm wasting that, dude. It's so amazing, isn't it? Prodigy, yeah. No, I mean, it's an amount of knowledge and practice and dedication that, you know, not every kid can do that, right? Like, it's pretty impressive. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in Plat 1. Hey, it gets better. Don't worry. You just gotta practice mindfully, right? You gotta practice with a purpose. Not just play games and hope that it's gonna get better. Which, of course, you can also, and you will get better. But, yeah. I mean, it's different for everyone. What the fuck do I know? But yeah, no, it's fascinating. It's really fascinating. And it's so great that at 13, like, he has the environment, probably the parents that, you know, allow that to be, maybe even, like, he has a team and everything. Like, there's a team, BLK from Chile, or at least the I didn't look that team up. I need to. Everyone, every person from that team was a teenager. Like Blaz, yeah, Blaz, Crame. The 13-year-old was Cramey, or whatever his name is. Blaz is 15. Yeah. Like, all the kids in this team are under 18. And they're all from Chile. So they have like a something in that scene. And I think, I don't know, maybe that team is specifically focusing on like younger players to help them get recognition on the international stage and all that. And I think that's insane. That's so cool. Imagine having that environment to like nurture that talent you have for a game like that. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, it's very cool. I hope that in 10 years I will see that dude in his early 20s just smash everyone in, you know, on the professional scene. I'll be like, I remember when I saw that kid. He was 13 years old. And I'll be an old man still trying to hang, you know. But Roberts Chris, 16th of May 1998, unemployed, criminal record none. And this guy, Ward Dennis, 11th of June 1982, accountant, currently unemployed, criminal record, narcotic supplier. Okay.
Hey, get out of here.
Fuck you. American football. That's a weird sign to have. It's just a piece of paper that says American football. That's a weird thing to have. Is that for the band, maybe? Maybe it's not even about the sport, it's about the band. Do you guys know about the band American Football? What a great band. What a weird name, but what a great band. One second. There. We don't call it American football, we just call it football. Well, sure. Oh shit, ban androids. 31 unemployment rate, when will it stop? People are really mad about androids, which I understand. Like, if if it's affecting their lives negatively like this, it would make a lot of sense. Androids killed our country. We want jobs, not androids. Alright, let's introduce ourselves to Lieutenant Anderson. Oh, I haven't scanned the barman. Wait. Peterson Jimmy. 1st of February 2001. Business owner, criminal record, none. There you go.
You gotta get a girlfriend, pal.
Why don't they just write bandroids? Can someone give 10 seconds to Sokoman for that terrible, terrible pun? Boo! Yeah, I agree. Yeah, person. Yeah, obviously for me, football is a very different sport, right? But I understand that it's a local thing.
Lieutenant Anderson, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent by CyberLife. I looked for you at the station, but nobody knew where you were. They said you were probably having a drink nearby. I was lucky to find you at the 5th bar.
What do you want?
You were assigned a case early this evening. A homicide involving a CyberLife android. In accordance with procedure, the company has allocated a specialized model to assist investigators.
Well, I don't need any assistance. Especially not from a plastic asshole like you.
Whoa!
Just be a good little robot and get the fuck out of here.
Reason.
Listen, I think you should stop drinking and come with me. It'll make life easier for both of us.
Yeah, it's Clancy Brown, Credo. Yeah. Persist?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but I must insist. My instructions stipulate that I have to accompany you.
You know where you can stick your instructions?
In
No.
my plastic butthole?
Where?
Never mind.
I love how matter-of-fact-ish the Connor's character is. It's so funny. Spill his drink, buy him another drink, wait outside. I think I'm gonna spill his drink.
I think we can go now.
Prick. I don't know what's stopping me from knocking you out.
Your sense of duty, Lieutenant. And the cost of repairs if you damage me. For your information, I'm worth a small fortune.
Wonders of technology. They can even program assholes these days.
We already, yeah, he's already hostile.
Wake up.
We're doing great.
Duty calls.
But hey, mission accomplished. Yeah, he's so happy with himself. Man, the aesthetic here is so reminiscent of Heavy Rain, it's crazy.
You wait here. Won't be long.
My instructions are to accompany you to the crime scene, Lieutenant.
Listen, I don't give a fuck about your instructions. I told you to wait here, so you shut the fuck up and you wait here.
Conflicting orders, selecting priority. Follow Lieutenant Anderson. Alright. Hey, you gotta listen to the directive, man.
Josh Douglas for Channel 16. Can you confirm that this is a homicide?
I'm not confirming anything.
Can I still scan faces? Or was that just a thing? was just a thing. Shit. Man, the vibe of this scene is amazing. Like, the lighting in this game is really well done. Like, look at this. This is great.
Have they said anything?
Typical DPD. They don't tell us shit.
DPD? Detroit Police Department? I guess.
Androids are not permitted beyond this point.
It's with me. What part of staying in the car didn't you understand?
Your order contradicted my instructions, Lieutenant.
You don't talk, you don't touch anything, and you stay out of my way. Got it?
Got it.
Evening, Hank. We were starting to think you weren't gonna show.
Yeah, that was the plan till this asshole found me.
So, you got yourself an android, huh?
Oh, very funny. Just tell me what happened.
We had a call around 8 from the landlord. Lieutenant hadn't paid his rent for a few months, so he thought he'd drop by, see what was going on. That's when he found the body.
Okay. You know what this reminds me of a little bit? The Blade Runner video game from the late 90s or early 2000s. I think late 90s, 98 probably. Westwood Studios or whatever. It has a scene like that, you know, where you had to investigate a murder situation or something, and there was rain and you were in front of the building and...
Gee, smell. It was even worse before we opened the window.
Anything outside? No. This game was made in released in 2018, yes.
The victim's name's Carlos Ortiz. He has a record for theft and aggravated assault.
Oh, jeez!
According to the neighbors, he was kind of a loner. Stayed inside most of the time. They hardly ever saw him.
The state he's in. Wasn't worth calling everybody out in the middle of the night. Could have waited till morning.
Not today, no.
I'd say he's been there for a good 3 weeks.
I keep playing with that fucking coin. I wonder how relevant that's gonna become at some point. There has to be something. That coin is a setup for something. I don't know what, but it has to be. They're very insistent with it.
We'll know more when the coroner gets here. There's a kitchen knife over here. Probably the murder weapon.
Any sign of a break-in?
Nope. The landlord said the front door was locked from the inside. All the windows were boarded up. The killer must have gone out the back way.
What do we know about his android?
Not much. The neighbors confirmed he had one, but it wasn't here when we arrived. I gotta get some air. Make yourself at home. I'll be outside if you need me.
Poor guy. Alright. Evidence 0 out of 10. Okay, so there's a lot of evidence to collect. Start working, I guess. Yeah, the visuals the visuals here are very well done. Also, it's written "I am alive" on the wall.
Each letter is perfect. It's
Was
way
that-
too neat. No human writes like this.
Yeah, I think the android wrote that.
Chris, was this written in the victim's blood?
I would say so. We're taking samples for analysis.
Oh, some red ice. Yep. Victim used drugs. Okay.
Red ice. Seems our friend Carlos liked to party.
No fingerprints, android involvement. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. They don't have fingerprints, of course. Am I gonna taste it again? Ah, jeez!
Oh, Jesus, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I'm with Hank
I'm
there.
analyzing the blood. I can check samples in real time. I'm sorry. I should have warned you.
Okay, just don't put any more evidence in your mouth. You got it?
Got it.
Fucking hell, I can't believe this shit.
Sample date 19 days. Okay. Almost almost 3 weeks.
Chris, I want full analysis on the narcotics.
Consider it done, Lieutenant.
Same. Hey, I mean, are you really investigating if you're not licking everything? Come on. The licking is half the fun.
Hey, Mike. You finished taking samples there?
Yeah, that's it.
Dude, the lighting in this game is so crazy. Look at this, the lights coming from outside and everything. Ah. I'd rather another derivative sci-fi story than another Star Wars game. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, me too, ultimately. But I think my curiosity is Eden Club. Come visit us. Was that a hint? No, it wasn't. Okay. More blood. Escape footprints, I guess. Shoe prints, model K52.
Door was locked from the inside. Killer must have gone out this way.
There are no footprints apart from Officer Collins' size 10 shoes.
Well, this happened weeks ago. Tracks could have faded.
No, this type of soil would retain a trace. Nobody's been out here for a long time.
Does that mean the killer's still inside? Or at least they didn't escape this way, right? The prison mic. Thefts and aggravated assault.
What's keeping the car?
I wish those things were on the screen a little longer. Hold on. They're really putting those things off the screen really fast. Criminal record, theft, and aggravated assault. Okay. But Ortiz is the victims.
He's on his way. It won't be long now.
The victim's criminal record. Oh, it's down there.
Come on, guys, get a move on. We don't want to be here all night.
Don't worry. No one wants to stay here a minute longer than they have.
Oh, Jesus. Controls, please. There you go. Gossip Weekly. Android sex officially better. Sorry, ladies, but plastic can be beat? Why is it targeted to... against the ladies? The result of our survey is in, and it's official. 68% of men prefer sex with an android to a real woman. And with 52% of men saying they've tried the experience at least once, that's a lot of android love to go around. Well, there you go. How's the game so far? It's been pretty cool. How are you today, Ilse? What's up, Leaks? There were a few reasons given for this preference, but we think we know the real reason. Androids don't want to talk about their feelings afterwards. The story was sponsored by Eden Club. Discretion is our middle name. Okay, let me guess. Eden Club is a place where you can have sex with androids, like a brothel for androids. And obviously, this is disguised advertisement, right? That's what I'm understanding there. Also, I don't know about you guys, but the talking about your feelings afterwards is the best, one of the best part of it. I love that. I mean, the sex itself is great, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, that sort of hazy feeling, you know, of just like hanging there and just laying there and talking about random stuff or listening to music or whatever, that's such an interesting part of it. Tech Addict. New app headset allows for live translation of all languages. We're pretty close to that, actually, in real life, I think. Is your Android spying on you? CyberLife could be using its Android to collect private information. Of course it is! Listen, based on how, you know, the technology is going with social media or phones and etc., there is no way this isn't happening, right? More and more experts are suggesting that CyberLife uses its 120 million androids to record details of private conversations of its customers and sell them to trading partners. Ever talked about buying a new car while eating dinner with your partner? CyberLife could use that information for targeted advertising. The information goldmine doesn't stop there. Everything from personal indiscretions to political affiliations could be easily extracted, potentially used for nefarious purposes. Yeah. I like the picture in the background. Sort of what the cities look like now, I guess. No. I wanted to keep reading. Page 2. The spate of reports linking Warren's presidency to CyberLife only deepens such concerns. Several consumer rights organizations have requested that CyberLife disclose the information it gathers and who it sells that information to, but the company has always refused. Requests for formal inquiry have gone unanswered so far. There's something I've just noticed. I don't know why it came to mind right now. I think it was because I was playing with the touchpad and I was thinking it wasn't very precise. There hasn't been an action scene yet in the game, like there was in the previous ones, where you have to, you know, do a QTE in like a really stressful manner. I wonder if that's going to be a thing. I'm sure it's going to be a thing, right? They wouldn't suddenly stop doing that. Oh, there's a missing knife. I don't know, Leaks, there's also a way to look at it. Again, if it's a sponsored research study, so it doesn't mean much, right? But if it weren't, if it was an independent study, there's also a chance that a lot of people would not admit that they did, right? Just based on stigma or whatever. Like, I mean, I don't know, you know, I don't have any idea of statistics or whatever, but I'm assuming if you asked all men, for instance, if they've ever had sex with an escort, I don't think all the people that did would admit to it because of just the stigma in general, right? Yeah, Therma. That's probably what it's gonna be like once they clean it up and put it on the market again. And they probably won't admit that a murder happened here, right? No, that body shape on the ground there, that stain, that body-shaped stain on the ground right there, that's just a water leak or something. Alright, Kyo. See you later. Violent impact traces of Ethereum. Oh. So this was used against an android, is what I'm understanding. Okay, so he was using his bat to defend himself, maybe? Oh, Right. Was he... Deviant took a knife. Yeah. And then he was struck, right? It begs the question, who started it, right? Who started the aggression? For what reason, of course. Deviant was attacked, emotional shock. I mean, he only took, at least he only took the knife after getting, you know, beat up with a bat, right? Yep. Then he takes the knife and slash. Slash him in the arm. Dude goes across the table, falls on the ground. Nice. Those pictures don't seem personal. They seem just like, you know. Celebrity pictures or something. Yeah. Do you enjoy deduction games? Yeah. I would say so in general. I mean, there's no really genre of game that I don't enjoy, right? There's only two genres of games. The ones that I like, the ones that I don't. That outfit is sick. Look at this guy. Okay, I only have 8. Oh. No, what I mean by that is that there's really no limit to the types of games that I'm willing to play or whatever. Why is there no mirror in the bathroom? That's kind of suspicious. There's no limit to the kind of game I would like to play, right? I can play and enjoy anything. And because I like a specific genre doesn't mean I'm actually gonna like every game in it, right? Obsessive writing. Look around, okay? R-A-G? R-A-9? R4G? R49? Oh, geez, what the hell? Religious offering. The volume seems to be quite loud in this scene. Are you guys still able to hear me correctly? Properly? Yep. I wish I could balance the music and everything, but the game doesn't allow for that, so... Yeah, the case of the Golden Idol. A few people have mentioned that game in chat.
All right, I'm out of here. Thanks for the ride. Great party.
Wait, Lieutenant. I can't stay if you leave.
Much as it breaks my heart, this is where we part ways.
I just need 5 minutes to finish my investigation.
You spill a man's drink, you piss him off all evening, and then you ask for a favor? Fuck you.
Oh no, I took too long! I didn't realize there was a time factor to this. It didn't tell me that I was in a hurry. Jesus. That is so annoying. I hate this. I love games with consequences. I like when the consequences are established and that the game is a bit more transparent with its system. Like the first scene did a really good job at showing that there was an urgency, right? This one didn't. This one was like, yeah, no, you have all the time you need, you can explore, you can do things, and then suddenly it's like, yep, you're screwed. Fuck you. Okay. Safe scum? I don't know. I think we'll just have to deal with it. Yeah, I disagree, Lix. I still think it's the fact that nothing indicates that you have to actually hurry up. Not even Hank being like, hey, you know, we don't have all day. Please just get it done with, right? Just feels like it's an unfair way of trapping the player. And the only result is that I feel frustrated because I had no idea at any point that there was any sort of urgency. The only thing worse than being rushed is not knowing you're being rushed. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, it's like, dude, the crime happened like 3 weeks ago. Like, what's the rush there? I don't know. This to me is very player unfriendly design right there. But it is what it is. We have to accept the consequences of our actions, I guess. It's too bad because I'm pretty sure there was probably a lot of interesting stuff in there, but oh well. It is what it is. It's so wild to me that they don't give you any hint that you may fail if you take too long. It feels so easy to have Hank be like, hey, please hurry up. We gotta go. Or something, right? Yeah, that's gonna be a strike against the game, unfortunately. Bam. Too bad, because the investigation was interesting. But all right, moving on.
Todd.
Hold on 1 second. I have to deal with some. There you go. Sorry about that. I disagree with you in this case. I like that the game has consequences for spilling the drink. That's not the point, though. It's not about spilling the drink or anything. it has nothing to my point is it has nothing to do with the personality of the characters. It has everything to do with how you design the game for the player's experience. Having any sort of hint in the game that the mission is on a timer would not change any of the points you guys are making. It would still have consequences for spilling the drink. It would still have consequences that the character wouldn't want you to give you a hint. They have many ways of doing it in a way that would work differently, right? How about Connor suddenly picks up, like, you know, there's a little moment where Connor looks at Hank and he notices his face. And there's an analysis thing and he's like, Hank is getting impatient. Maybe I should hurry, you know, anything like that. Any indication that the game's on a timer, right? They have many ways to play around and give the player information so that the decisions you make and the way you play the game is informed, right? I feel like if you want a game like that where your actions have heavy consequences, they almost never should feel like a trap, right? That you can't avoid, that you fall into and you can't consciously avoid. Because you can't consciously avoid this one. Either you do it fast enough because that's how you play, and then you never know there's a timer, or you don't, and then you get fucked, right? There's no conscious avoidance of that situation. And that can only make the player feel bad. There's no sort of positive outcome for having something like that in the game. Now, based on the fact that the game doesn't, it doesn't give you a game over or anything, it's okay. You can continue playing the game. It's just going to change some things in the story further. But it's still a very much a feel bad moment that, you know. And maybe that's the point. Who the fuck knows? Maybe that's the point for the character for the player to realize, oh, as an android, I'm kind of screwed because I'm not responsible for all my actions. Because if Hank decides to leave, I have to leave with him. And that's it. And I'm screwed. But I don't know. I think again, from a story perspective, I think it's totally fine. From a gameplay perspective, it's really, really, really bad.
Dinner is ready.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Serve food. You know, I'm curious to see what's over there, but I'm not going to go there because now I'm worried that if I'm not hurrying in every fucking scene, I'm gonna get screwed.
There wasn't much in the kitchen. I did what I could.
Turn on the light. Donk. Serve Alice and Todd.
Life's funny. I lost my job because of androids. And I need somebody to take care of this goddamn house. What do? I go out and hire a fucking android. What a joke. Of course, androids are so fucking wonderful. They never fail. They're never tired, never sad. They're so fucking perfect, they ruin my fucking life. What are you looking at? What's your fucking problem? Not the life you dreamed of, eh? Maybe you think this is easy. Maybe you think it's my fault we live in this fucking shithole. My fault your fucking mother took off.
Okay.
You should stop taking drugs, Todd. Sometimes you really scare me, Todd. Fucking bitch took off without a word. Fucking whore walked out on me from fucking accountant! It's all your fault.
Daddy, no!
It's all your fucking fault!
Okay.
Get back here. Come back here. Come back here right now! Yes! It's all her fault. You stay there. Don't you dare fucking move, or I'll bust you worse than last time.
Okay, that's interesting. I like that it made you paranoid. I feel like it will lead to a more interesting playthrough. I very strongly disagree with that. The only consequence it's gonna have, it's me paying less attention to stuff. Because I'm not gonna feel like I have the liberty to do so, right? Telegraphing and timer should be visible in the game despite the immersion. And I mean, I don't think that's necessarily... I think there's almost always a way to, like you say, telegraph a timer while maintaining the immersion. In a game with fucking androids, you know, where the main character is an android, it's very easy to do, right? There's many ways to do that. But even then, like there's always plenty of games have done it since, you know, forever. I wonder if reading magazines pauses time or not. Who the fuck knows, yeah. Okay, so I'm being told to not move, but obviously this is a interesting question where I can probably move. Unsure what to do here. I think you're missing the point still, Bishless, though. It's not just a matter of... Obviously, the playstyle here has an effect, right? But it's that it's never a conscious decision. You have no awareness that you're being trapped. Right? You cannot be aware of it unless you've played the game before and you're replaying it with the knowledge that it happens. Right? And again, I would be totally fine with failing because I'm taking too long if the game made me aware of it in any way, that it was a risk. And you guys are focusing too much on Hank's reaction. I don't think Hank's reaction is unreasonable. I think it's perfectly fine. From a story perspective, it's great. There are ways to make the player aware that they don't have a lot of time and they need to hurry up without changing any of that. Again, like I said, you could have Connor just notice Hank's face and be like, he seems impatient. I should probably hurry, right? And there you go. You have a perfect indicator that's totally immersive, that fits the vibe of the game, that fits the, the technology that's involved. And then the player's aware of what they're doing. And then if you take too long and you get screwed, well, at least you were aware of it. I'm just trying to stop my boy Cage from strike. He doesn't deserve it though. Dude's a piece of garbage. He can catch strikes. He's been already way too rewarded for doing what he does. He can catch a few strikes on a meaningless stream that he will never see. It's fine. He'll be okay. Trust me. Don't move or move. I'm probably gonna move, right? It's more interesting. Oh shit. It's a whole thing. A very subtle representation of the android breaking through its mental barrier. That's what I remembered. Oh shit! Uh-oh. No, I remember finding the gun in a previous scene.
That's enough! Leave her alone.
What the fuck are you doing? Put down the gun and get the fuck out of here. That's an order!
No! I want you to leave her alone.
You want? What do you mean you want? What are you gonna do? You gonna shoot me? Is that it? Are you gonna shoot a human?
Uh-oh.
You seem to have a problem. I think we need to fix that.
Oh shit! It does have QT's action scenes.
Come here, bitch.
Oh.
Stop, Dad! Don't hurt her! Leave her alone!
Yeah, no guest prompts this time. I was confused with the push the controller to the side and push the arrow to the side. Like the two prompts were pretty similar, which led to the only wrong ones I got. Let's see. A lot of branching paths. Whole thing, especially like if you don't go up, right? There's a whole aspect that can then also lead back to this. Okay, interesting. I mean, in this case, there seems to be quite a few outcomes, right? At least 6 different ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 even. Maybe 8. That seems to be 1 too. How different they are, I don't know, right? But the structure of the scene here seems pretty interesting. Oh, even one more here. We could have just simply not moved and it would have probably ended there, right? Funny. I'm assuming... Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I remembered seeing the gun when I was cleaning up the room. So I was like, I don't want him to have a gun. I didn't expect I would have to use it. I didn't expect him to go to the room before. And then, you know, me having to... I was just trying to basically get the gun so he wouldn't have it. That was basically my idea. But would you like me to give you an info about the timer that might change your view? No. It's probably not going to change my view, and neither should you probably try to do so. It's not a, you know. My view doesn't matter. It's just my opinion on the game, right? Yeah. You're totally free to have a different opinion or even have had a different experience because of some things you did maybe were different and then the game plays out in a different way, right? The only thing I can judge and evaluate for myself is the way the game played out for me, right? And that's always going to be a limited perception, but that's sort of the challenge with a game with multiple choices like this, is every choice sort of needs to feel justified and interesting to the player, ideally, right? I don't know how I feel about this scene. I feel like the breaking the programming thing, while I think I understand why it would be such a visual, you know, obvious way of presenting it, I think it's a bit, I don't know. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. Cliche, maybe. On the nose, heavy-handed, yeah. And it feels, overall, it feels like the whole evolution from this to then us getting a gun and threatening him immediately and all that was a bit too fast, and it escalated a bit quickly, right? And I think it's interesting that she wasn't able to like sort of use the gun, like he just like went there and removed the gun from her hands, right? And then we had to defend ourselves and all that, but you chose to escalate again. That's, every choice should feel, you know, every choice should feel satisfying and organic. Otherwise, it's not a choice that should happen now. Same reason why in Heavy Rain, choosing to kiss Madison will never make sense unless you set it up better. Even if you choose to kiss her, it still never will make sense. It's always going to be a bad element to the game. I think this is better, right? There's enough, you know, you're witnessing enough things with Todd and his behavior that would make you want to not listen to him and rather sort of be protective of Alice. But I still feel like that scene escalated a bit quickly. I don't know. There's something about the dinner scene. Obviously, you know, the dude's on drugs, so his behavior is going to be erratic and all that, but all in all, not a very subtle scene so far. Todd is a bit of one of those Cage characters, like the one he played in Beyond Two Souls, right? In the bar. Assholes by Cage, yeah. Yeah. It didn't even have the spaghetti. He should have, at least he could have tasted the spaghetti, and then if it's bad, maybe he has a reason to be upset, right? That's a bright boot. I mean, overall, this is sort of a Cage moment, right? I feel like this is a Cage moment with the way it just very quickly goes off the rails with, you know, it's another, it's one of those moments with the same pattern every time, right? Character turns into like almost like a caricatural comic book villain. Women are also always the victim in those cases, right? That's another pattern you can see. Like it's the same as the Doctor with Madison, or the, you know, the bar scene and Beyond, and it's always sort of that same pattern repeating. So that's definitely a Cage moment. I don't think it's a woman by Cage situation, because I feel like the characters at least have some substance to them. Like, I mean, Alice doesn't have a lot yet, but you can tell there's something there. She just hasn't had the chance of opening yet. But I played all of them on release by boot, but my memory of all of them was very weak. This one was particular because, well, not only, as you can tell, there's a lot of different paths and options every time. I also played it with the girlfriend I was in a relationship with at the time when it came out, and we split the characters amongst ourselves. To, like, each of us was playing different characters, and she wasn't much of a gamer. I remember she was playing Kara. I don't remember how this went though. Like, I had no memory of any of this. So I don't know if she followed the instructions because that was what the game was saying and it ended here. I don't know if she got into a fight and got killed, which probably would have happened because she's not very good at QTE stuff. So but yeah, I don't remember. I honestly, legitimately do not remember. It's been 6 years. I was very busy at the time, so I didn't have a lot of time for games. So this was definitely not a priority for me at the time. So. All right. I mean, all in all, I'm interested in the outcome, like the Kara's character being on the run, becoming a deviant. Cool. I'm interested to see where this leads. I like the sort of maternal relationship with Alice. I'm looking forward to see what kind of personality comes out of those two characters, but so far the problem I have, I guess, with this particular angle of the story is I don't feel like the character have a lot of interesting characterization, which, again, like, being an android makes sense for Kara's character to not have anything yet. So I'm kind of giving it at least one more scene to see if something comes out of it. And I think the little maternal angle is already a little bit of something, but yeah, it seems like everything with those characters on this side of the story yet is very superficial. It doesn't have the interesting sort of more thematically interesting aspects that the Marcus side of the story has, right? With the conversations with Carl and all that was very heavy on the sort of deeper themes of the what it means to be human and all that. Nor does it have the interesting character interactions that the Connor stuff just had with the Hank sort of interactions, and sort of the way Connor interacts with other people in the game was also very interesting. So this one so far feels a bit more superficial. Hopefully it becomes better.
That was by far the most boring party I've been to in the last 25 years. Every time I go to one of these, I ask myself, what the hell am I doing here? I hate cocktail parties and all the schmoozers that go there.
Well, it's a chance for all those people who admire your work to meet you.
Yeah. No one gives a damn about art. All they care about is how much money they're gonna make out of it.
Come on, let's have a drink. Oh, the excitement of this whole thing has made me thirsty.
Yeah, that's Lance Henriksen. Yeah, the cast is pretty good. I didn't even remember those dudes were in the game, I don't think. I definitely didn't remember Clancy Brown, that's for sure.
Scotch? Neat as usual?
Absolutely.
Okay, but you know what your doctor would say.
Yeah, well, he can kiss my ass. I'm old enough to choose my own medication.
Oh. What's up, Nero?
Did you leave the light on in the studio?
No, I'm sure I didn't.
Oh, let me guess.
Call the police.
Leo?
Detroit Police, what's your emergency?
This is Carl Manfred's android at 8941 Lafayette Avenue. We've just returned home and found the lights on. There may have been a break-in.
A patrol car is on the way.
Let's go check it out. Marcus, no, I'm gonna come with you.
I don't think that's a great idea. Oh! There he is. Yeah, I'm not sure... I'm not sure I want to take him with me. I'm not sure I have the option to do it or not. I also immediately called the cops if I left the lights on. Yeah, what are the chances that he just forgot to turn them off because he's an old man? But clearly someone is there, which I'm assuming is Leo, the son, right? I think I should go without him.
Leo.
Oh, look who's here. My father's plastic toy.
Leo.
See, he can...
What's going on?
You refused to help me, so I'm helping myself. It's crazy what some people pay for this shit.
Don't touch them.
Look, they're all gonna be mine sooner or later anyway. Just think of it as a down payment on my inheritance.
Marcus, get him away from there. Get him out of here.
Okay. Order.
Look, I've already called the police. You should go now before you get
No,
yourself into more trouble.
I picked Warren, by the way.
All you ever do is tell me to go away. What's wrong, Dad? Not good enough for you? Not perfect, like this fucking thing?
That's enough. Get out right now.
What makes it so special anyway, huh? What's it got that I don't?
Leave him alone.
Come on, let's see what you got.
Marcus, don't defend yourself, you hear me? Don't do anything.
Go ahead, hit me. What you waiting for? Think you're a man? Act like one.
Stop it!
What's the matter? Too much of a pussy?
Stop it, Leo! Stop it!
Too scared to fight back, you fucking bitch!
Oh, this is pretty cool. Like you can see like the stuff that's happening in his head and the messages that he's, you know, you don't have to obey them, blah blah blah. There's clearly something going on in here, which is interesting because it feels like, you know, those text things that pop up on the UI are your directives that are inside you, right? Like the instructions you're following when you're playing the characters. Like you get the order, don't move, it says don't move. This one was weird. Like it started changing. It started saying stuff like you don't have to obey them. As if suddenly the directive was like, I don't know, there's something interesting there with the, like you can tell like the programming is evolving in there. Which could be a sign of sort of self-awareness or something. What's up, bed? At first it said don't fight back, right? Because that's what your owner said. But then it started changing, right? You don't have to obey them. This is unfair, etc., etc., right? I think that's pretty cool. More drug addicts by Cage. Yeah, that's 2 action sequences due to drug addicts, one after the other. I wonder if the previous scene that we failed with Connor would have led to another... I mean, the dude was another drug addict. Who knows what triggered the fight with the android? We don't know because we didn't solve it, but what if he was just on drugs and started beating up his android and his android defended himself? And now we're seeing the other side of the situation. What happens when you're the android and you get caught into one of those situations there, right? And then you kill someone and you're like, well... So it's interesting that we see both sides, right? But that's another thing that, you know, it makes it so much more annoying that we didn't get to see the conclusion of that previous scene because it feels very important to the theme of the game and sort of like the plot and the narrative. I think there's sometimes a compromise that needs to be made between like how you allow the game to reach a different outcome without completely breaking sort of the flow of the plot, right? But I mean, fortunately, we've seen enough that we can sort of extrapolate from what maybe happened, right? So that's good enough, but... Alright, let's see. I'm gonna act. I don't give a shit. Very subtle, once again.
Oh, right, that's right. I forgot you're not a real person. You're just a fucking piece of plastic.
Oh, Leo, leave him alone.
I'm gonna destroy you. And it'll just be me and my dad. I'm gonna tear you apart, and nobody's gonna give a shit. You know why? Because you...
Oh! That easy? What the fuck? Humans are so fragile.
Leo. Oh my God. Leo. My little boy.
Carl,
They'll destroy you, Marcus. You gotta go. Get out of here.
Explain?
Carl, I didn't mean to.
Get out! Now! Go! Marcus!
Don't fucking move!
Uh-oh. Whoops. Well, that was fast. Push Leo. Leo is hurt. Police arrives. Police mistook Marcus for the aggressor. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. We didn't even have to fight him. We just pushed him and he instantly died. What the hell? I mean, I know it can happen, right? But... I mean, we're already 2 for 3, right? There's only one of them that... Connor's the only one that hasn't killed a human yet. I mean, we didn't push him even... Like, it didn't look like we pushed him so hard. We just, you know, pushed him a little bit and he just collapsed and instantly died. I mean, for all I know, he's not... Maybe he's not dead, right? He's just maybe unconscious, right? That doesn't change anything. They thought we were attacking them and police just killed us. Well, shot us. I don't know if we're dead, but it says hurt here, not dead. So I don't know. Okay. I mean, this is another scene that feels like it very much escalated in a bit of a contrived way, right? Which I understand. You gotta make the story move forward. It's another one of those situations where I wish it didn't happen from such a cartoonish character being mean to you, right? Like the previous scene. In the two scenes, it was a cartoonish character, drug addict, that suddenly was mean to you, and you ended up defending yourself, and you get in trouble for it. With the whole breaking the Mind Palace animation and all that. I don't know, it feels a bit cheap. I feel like it could be... I feel like them becoming deviant for more interesting reasons would bring a lot more stakes and conflict and sort of, meaning to those stories. Because it's so much less nuanced if the characters break the mold because they're faced with a cartoonish evil guy that is attacking you or whatever, right? It would be so much more interesting if it was for more ambiguous reasons, if you know what I mean, right? I don't know. One of them would, like, the first one I was like, well, okay, right? I mean, it's a thing, especially, dude buys an android to do all his work for him, is very clearly a bad father, a drug addict, he abuses women. Fair. I mean, that's something that's very believable. I can be on board with that, even though, again, with the David Cage games, it's a bit of a pattern, right? But then, like, the second scene being pretty much exactly the same thing, it's kind of weird. I don't know. Are you playful? What's up, Trim? What's up, Soulless? Appears to be back to his roots with the cartoony, evil, mustache-twirling villains. I mean, even in Beyond, right? It didn't even really, like, that's what ended up happening with Willem Dafoe. So, I don't think it was ever really gone. It was just... Kara acted to protect someone else. Marcus acted to protect himself. That's true. I guess my point is in that in both cases, it's a cartoonish drug addict that ends up attacking you, right? And I think even though Kara initially acted to protect Alice, she still ended up defending herself, and that's how the kill happened, right? She didn't... I would go as far as to say that it would have been more interesting if you had the gun in hand, and he's still abusing his little girl, and you have the choice to just pull the trigger without the setup of being under direct threat, right? You have the gun and you're like, you know what? I'm just gonna shoot that asshole. That would have been even more interesting than what we got. I feel like. Especially with this one being sort of another one where you're like, you're getting pushed, you're getting, abused, and then eventually you react and you push him away, and it leads to him being dead, right? But obviously, maybe there's different outcomes in all those scenarios. So it just happened that my two outcomes feel sort of like the same progression in the scene, which makes it feel a bit worse, but. Again, I have to evaluate the game for what I'm experiencing. So I think that it's an interesting thing there in that at the same time, yes, it does feel like those scenes were kind of rushed. But at the same time, I was, you know, I was even saying earlier today that the beginning of the game feels pretty slow before anything really happens. So we had to eventually move towards the you know, the second act, right? Those things needed to happen. But I think those scenes in particular could have used a bit more, I don't know, a bit more subtle work. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly where the problem is. I think I think both setups are a bit cheap, a bit. And again, I would feel a lot less worse about it if it wasn't like so similar 2 scenes in a row. I feel like there was more to do with this, with Marcus, especially with him having all that conversation about art in the previous scene. What if, because he was encouraged by Carl, what if he puts Carl to bed and then goes into the studio and he starts painting because he, you know, he did it once and he found that fascinating and he's trying to do it again and again and again, and he starts painting more and more stuff that even takes him by surprise by, you know, the things that are in his mind. Suddenly he starts thinking about things that he never thought about before, and he starts, you know, realizing how controlled his life is, even though Carl seems to be a nice person, but he suddenly feels like there's so much more that it could be, right? Or his message in his head starts changing, like the directive starts changing and all that. What if suddenly maybe the directive in his mind changes to the point that it's like you need to free yourself from your master and your owner, and he goes to Carl's room and there's a moment where he really thinks like, should I just kill him and be free? And all those things came through the art and you know, and all of that stuff coming in his mind, and it's sort of freedom. And then you have a choice. You can maybe kill Carl, maybe you can just walk away and escape, right? Wouldn't that be a little more thought-provoking with the whole setup that they've worked with the art and everything? Like, I think that would be a more interesting angle for the Marcus character, right? I don't think it would need to be much longer stuck in a jar. It just replaces this scene here, right? All the assets are already there. You don't even need to bring Leo back. Maybe Leo doesn't even need to be a character. We already have a drug addict in the game. That's, you know, we don't need a second one for no reason. Obviously, you know, I understand that it's not, you know, there's constraint in video games development. I'm not saying it's that easy. I'm just saying just change it and it's that you know, that simple. I'm just looking at it from a writing perspective, which should be done, you know, before you start developing those actual scenes and models and characters and all that. So and when I see a scene like that, I'm like, that seems to be a better, you know, a better outcome. But again, that's a personal thing, right? I mean, there's never anything objective when it comes to art in general. I don't know. I was very excited about the whole art angle with Marcus, and I feel like it's just being pushed to the side. And I just wish, I think I found what I wanted to express. I just wish violence from humans wasn't the thing that triggered both of those breakdowns, right? Just for variety's sake, to show that there's other ways to present an android becoming self-aware and wanting to free himself and becoming what they call a deviant, right? I think it would have been interesting if there was more than just violence committed by humans. There's so much more to injustice than violence. Yeah, and even without just the injustice aspect, but also the realizing, well, it leads back to the injustice, but realizing your worth and your human qualities through art is such an interesting angle that they even set up with the previous scene, which is why it makes me so much more mad. They did the setup work for it and then completely abandon it, which makes the whole thing about the art scene, the painting scene, feel more like just a little set piece rather than actually something that was thought out and that was worked in the story because it was meaningful, right? I don't know. It's gonna be a strike for me, dog. Sorry, David Cage. I expected better from you. Somehow. I don't know. I don't think I should. But after Beyond Two Souls, I sort of expected we would keep, you know, progressing in the subtlety department. But it seems like we've taken a bit of a step back for this one, unfortunately. But it's okay. I'm still interested. You know, I'm not, you know, I'm not condemning the game or anything. I'm very curious of what's going to happen next. I wonder if we lost Marcus for good there or something else is going to happen. I have a bit of a suspicion because of something that I mentioned. There was one scene that I remembered very strikingly, and I think it's leading out of that, but I'm not sure. It would make sense though, but we'll see. November 5th, 2038. 11 p.m. almost. Are we joining back with Kara, maybe? The presentation of this game gives so much credibility to its writing. I think that's a huge factor. The performances are pretty damn good, right? That definitely got better as the game progressed. Not always very subtle, but you know, it's solid performances. Solid acting, good voice acting, very good, you know, graphics, animations, overall like art design. It's it's giving a sense of confidence to the game, right? Which makes you sort of want to be like, oh yeah, this is a really well done video game, and the story is great and everything. And if you, you know, if you look at it just as a surface level entertainment, it is very entertaining. It's great. Obviously, if you dig a little bit deeper in the writing, it, you know, that's where the sort of cracks start to show. But it's like that sort of like confidently incorrect thing, right? If you have enough confidence, you can make it look like you know what you're talking about. The Angthar. I don't know. Listen, there's still a way this game ends up being my favorite of all of them, right? There's some pretty good stuff in there. I'm just waiting to see where the story is going to go. It's just really beginning now, right? So let's see.
Thank you for using Detroit buses.
All right. End of the line.
End of the line.
Yeah, you're gonna have to leave.
Wake up. We have to go.
I mean, I'm assuming they have like, for superficial wounds and all that, they have like self-repairing stuff, maybe? That's what I would, you know, assume just from looking at it. Maybe even self-cleaning outfits. I don't know. Oh, it said, I mean, we do know the... Hold on.
Do you know if there's any other place we could spend the night?
I have no idea. She's gonna have to leave.
I'm pretty sure we even saw like the advertisement for the clothes that they were self-cleaning, so that sort of makes sense.
You gonna be okay? We'll find somewhere to spend the night. Come on, Alice, we've got to hurry.
Find shelter for the night. Okay, she said we gotta hurry, which makes me think I'm on a timer right now. So I better fucking, you know, get moving. We better get moving, otherwise, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen to us, but... Love the graphics and ambience in these games. The stories are better than most video games and some movies. My humble opinion, that doesn't stop me from criticizing them. Well, I don't agree. I mean, I agree on the ambience and graphics for sure. I don't agree on the stories part, but again, that's a subjective thing, right? So I definitely respect your opinion. But I don't think the stories in the David Cage games hold up very well against most other story-based games in the last 20 years, right? Which is pretty much when it started with Fahrenheit. I don't think they compare very positively. And even like compared to a lot of games before that, but... But I mean, you know, really depends what you've played, and obviously your experience is very different. And as far as movies go, I mean, there's plenty of movies with terrible stories out there, right? Like... Of course, but... I don't know. To me, I don't think it's really a thing. Like I'm not even like comparing or ranking them or anything. I think there's just bad stories, but they're entertaining. That's for sure. I mean, Fahrenheit was literally one of the worst stories I've ever seen in a video game, and I had so much fun playing that game. That shit was hilarious. How are you today, Fru Fox? David Cage, it's better than Fast and the Furious 8. I haven't seen Fast and Furious, any of them. I can only trust you there. To me, the David Cage... Okay, that's a good example. The David Cage games, to me, are on the comparable level as those straight-to-TV movies that you would watch on, like, I don't know, a Saturday night on a you know, a not-so-popular TV channel. You know, those direct-to-TV movies. Like, I don't know. I don't know the channels you have in the US or whatever, and where you would find those movies. But, like, you know, that's the kind of stuff we would have in... Like, if we're talking about, like, the French channels that I was watching when I was a kid, because I'm... You know, I was in Switzerland, and so we would watch the French channels. Like, we had a channel named M6, not sex, M6. MCs, right? Which always on Sunday evening, or no, what? Yeah, maybe on Sunday evening had like those straight to TV movies that were really, really, really bad. That's the kind of stuff I compare those games to, right? It's just like, whatever, you know. Yeah, he didn't, Bishless. I guess he was in a kind mood today, or maybe he figured I was with the kid, so he figured, you know, I was taking care of the kid. Maybe there's an exception for that. I don't know. Modern day equivalent to Netflix original? I don't know. I think some Netflix originals are pretty damn good. I mean, it really depends. Extended TV miniseries, yeah. Yeah, like those Stephen King adaptations from the 90s. You remember those? The Tommyknockers? The Langoliers? That's the kind of level of stories we have here, I think. But hey, we'll see. There's still a lot of ways in which this game could surprise me, and end up being a positive experience. It started very well. Today is a bit more rough. Today, like a series of scenes where I'm like, oh, okay, this is taking a bit of a nosedive already, which is concerning, but... Shop is closed. Open 24/7, can't sleep here, ask for help. Is that a convenience store? Okay. Very uncomfortable but discreet. Wait, what is that? The parking lot? Oh. Uncomfortable but safe. How to get in? An abandoned house. Okay. A motel. Comfortable but not discreet. Will need money. Yeah, we don't have money. That seems like a problem. I don't want to... You know, I don't want to steal money. Open 24/7. Can't stay. I mean, we could just sit... Well, I mean, I guess it's not discreet, but... I've seen people sleep in those things. Staying there while their washing was being done. John's Coffee won't open before morning. I do like the abandoned house idea. Uncomfortable but safe. That seems to be a decent choice, I think. I should go to the convenience store as well. Wait, where's she going alone? Alice, what the fuck? Was I supposed to hold her hand somehow and I let go of the button or something? Oh no, she's sitting... She's sitting, yeah. Jason! Yeah, I'm not about to lose another kid. I have watch over Alice, return to Alice. Okay. I've lost enough kids in David Cage games. How old is the girl? I don't know, about 10 or so, maybe?
Alice, you're freezing cold.
I'm okay. I'm not so cold.
You look lost.
We have nowhere to go.
I know someone who can help you.
But that's on the other side of town. We need a place for tonight.
What the fuck was that? Also, I like how the skin changed when they were, like, connecting.
Come on, Alice.
I wonder, like... I wonder if the appearance of the skin is, sort of... simulated, or if it's, like, some material that can change appearance. Yeah, that was weird. What was that fucking guy on about? I know someone who can help on the other side of town.
Look, the store is still open. Maybe we should go inside. At least you'll be out of the cold.
This has to be some, like, meaningful foreshadowing for something, but... Nice. See, that's the problem now. I want to listen to this, but I'm worried about being on a timer because the game said I had to hurry. So I can't enjoy the lore. Okay.
What do you want?
I'm with a little girl, and we have nowhere to go. Could you spare some money so we can get a room for tonight?
Shit. A homeless android? Ah, that's the best yet. Look, this is a convenience store, not the Salvation Army, okay? You better go if you're not gonna buy anything.
Oh shit. Oh shit, I have a gun. I forgot about that. Where am I hiding the gun, by the way? A lot of those drinks look really good. Oh man, some green apple drinks. Oh, a plushie. I mean, I'm not gonna start stealing, but freshly squeezed lemon. David Cage loves these convenience stores. That's for sure. Is a drug addict about to come in and attack the cashier, and then we save him, and then in exchange he's friendly to us? Now that would be an unexpected twist. Oh. A lot of tools. Do they have inhalers? Yeah. Dried fruit! Oh my god, I love dried fruit. Dried figs. Dried figs is my passion. I love them so much. Use Alice, try something else. Ooh. I mean, that maybe. Let's try something else. Oh, hold on. I mean, I guess use Alice means she's gonna beg for money, right? As a human. I wanna try something else. I don't wanna get her involved in like doing some, you know. Is she gonna follow me if I go up? Okay, she comes with me. Okay, I wasn't sure if she was gonna follow me. I wanna try that abandoned house, see if we can get in. Throw her at the cashier, yeah. Using the kid as a weapon. For sale. Rebuild Southwest Detroit. Better place to live. And let's see.
An abandoned house. At least we'd be out of the rain.
Kara, I don't like this place.
Oh.
I know. But it's just for one night and no one will look for us here.
I mean, that is true. It would be... Can cut the fence here with a wire cutter. Oh, there's wire cutters in the fucking... That's convenience store. Use Alice. Look, I don't have any money, but this girl can fetch a good price if you know where to look. Yeah, where's my choice to ditch Alice in the ice thing there and just be on my own? I don't have enough to pay for it, right? So... Steal? Uh-oh. Dum-dum-dum-dum. How can she... Okay, listen. I'm not an expert in what modern technology they're using for those clothes or whatever, but this is a pretty tight outfit. I'm pretty sure it would show if you had a wire cutter and a gun hidden in there. I'm stealing a wire cutter. No one's gonna miss it. It's fine. It's not even food or anything. Oh, maybe I should have stolen food. Not suspicious at all coming in and out of that store. Yeah, maybe some food would be great. Oh no, there's a camera! Oh shit! I mean, he seems focused on whatever he's looking at, so that's fine. Some cookies.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Put that back right now.
God damn it.
Look, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. Just get the hell out of my store.
Come on, Ellis.
I wasn't gonna pull a gun on him. God damn it. I was just trying to get food.
It's okay, Ellis. We're gonna find some place to sleep tonight.
Yeah, the food can wait. There's gonna be motel unavailable. Oh, because we can't have money anymore. That's fine. Wasn't gonna go to the motel anyway. We'll find food tomorrow. It's okay. She just had spaghetti. Well, actually, no, she didn't have time to eat. Fuck. Well, this sucks. Wait, did I also put back the wire cutter? What? Find the wire cutter. I had one! I didn't put it back!
There's nothing more this way.
Dude, this is so annoying. It makes no sense. He caught me. Anyway. I am so upset that this gave our wire cutters back with it. Makes no sense. Oh. I personally blame David Cage. Oh yeah, me too. I'm gonna have to give it a strike for that nonsense. Wire cutters! Take him! Take them! Let's go! Let's go! Oh, that feels so satisfying. I wish we could do more. Like the feeling and the reaction and the haptic feedback was amazing.
Are you alright?
Yes, it's just a scratch. Be careful. Don't worry, we're just having a look.
What do you mean, don't worry, we're just having a look? We're gonna sleep in there. Also, that fence has absolutely no security. We could have... Okay, listen. We could have... I could climb that fucking fence and I'm an out-of-shape nerd. She's an android. She could have climbed that fence. She could have propped the kid up. And then climbed the fence herself. Come on. There's literally stuff to climb to go over the fence. Nonsense. Fence climbing is not in her programming. Neither was pulling a gun. And I did it anyway. Give me the fucking wall breaking scene again, and I'll climb the fucking fence. Pull? Can I not look inside before pulling?
Alice?
Oh!
Alice!
Hold on. I lost another kid. I lost another kid. This feels strangely familiar. That rain sure is heavy. Yep, yep. Give me a button to call Alice, please. There needs to be one. I'm gonna be very upset if there's no button to call Alice. Oh, I need to add a strike for the fucking stealing thing. Giving back my wire cutter even though he didn't know I had one. This has to be a callback. Hopefully it is. Which is why I want the button to call Alice. It needs to be there. There's no button. I'm so mad. Did she maybe just enter the house? No. Oh.
Wait, what are you doing?
Oh shit!
Visitors. Ralph doesn't like visitors. They're nasty. They may hurt Ralph.
Okay, Ralph, you gotta chill. Android.
Look, I'm an android too. We have nothing to be afraid of. All we want is a place to spend the night.
Visitors are dangerous. Look. What they did to Ralph.
Oh, fuck. Reassure.
You have nothing to worry about. We're not going to do you any harm. You have my word.
You must excuse Ralph. Ralph still finds it difficult to control himself. Sometimes his fear makes him do things he regrets. Ralph has seen some hard times.
The design on his
He's just
face
so
is
scared the
amazing.
humans will get him again. You can stay if you want. Ralph won't hurt you.
Sure. Sure, hold on. I need to think about this. I mean, he said he wouldn't hurt me, which, you know, androids usually stick to their word, right? I guess. Well, actually, not true. We've seen all of them either kill someone or lie, so. I love the design of the scar on his face. It's really cool. Seems stable enough. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, where else do we go? That's the problem, right? Sleeping in the car doesn't sound very good. The motel seems impossible at this point. So either we sleep in the car or we trust Ralph. I mean, I have a gun. Worst case scenario, I can just use it, right? I guess we'll stay.
Okay. We'll just stay the night.
Come on!
Oh my god, I regret my choice immediately.
Come on. This way.
I have
Lived here since he ran away.
so many regrets.
Outside, so no one knows he lives here. Humans come in to squat from time to time, but, you know, Ralph just hides till he leaves.
Oh god.
Come on.
He's way too happy about this.
Come. Come on.
I think he doesn't trust humans, but since we're an android, is, you know.
You can make yourself at home here.
Also, he's just unstable.
Ralph is gonna go into the other room.
Oh man.
He would like to stay with you. But he has things to do.
Okay. The design on his face is so
For one
well
night,
done.
Alice. We'll find a better place tomorrow. Right. Let's see where you can sleep. Sit
Oh,
down and we'll
boy.
start a fire.
What did we get ourselves into there? No, keep it on yourself. Start a fire and make a bed. Matches. Okay. Collect wood. Find some paper. Alright. No, that's what I mean, Anktar. I was answering to Naz saying, why did he pull a knife on the girl? He's just unstable, right? Like, you don't want to try to find too much logic in his behavior, right? Oh, I can still leave. I'm not sure if it's... I'm not sure if the leave option there is actually like we take our shit and we leave, which could actually be a good option. But I will admit, there's a part of me that's kind of intrigued about what's gonna happen with Ralph, so... From like a story perspective, I'm kind of invested now. I don't want to leave, right? It's one of those things with some of those games where you're making decisions just because then you're invested and you want to see where it goes. You wouldn't make that decision in real life. Like, it's different than, say, like an RPG, like an immersive RPG where I'm just playing a character and I'm trying to make decisions based on what would I do if I was there, right? In a game like this with like a narrative heavy linear narrative emphasis, a lot of choices that I make are like, I kind of want to see where this goes, right? Even though I would never make that decision in real life. I would be out of there at this point, probably. But Hey, that's a nice cushion. Set up the bed. Let's go. All right. What else do I need? Paper. So that's the. Okay, that's. It's not much of a bed, but. Yeah, right person? Jesus. I'm still mad about those wire cutters, man. I got screwed. Even though it ended up being okay. Oh. There we go.
You can come to bed. I did what I could. It's not much, but at least you'll be warm.
Okay, low key. Starting a fire without checking if the chimney is like legit in an old house like this is a terrible idea. There could be like bird's nest or anything in there that would catch on fire and you know, it will be a whole mess. And also, we're trying to be discreet and unnoticed. I'm not sure the chimney fire is a good idea. The smoke's gonna be seen, right? And especially, I would assume in a world like that, the chimney smoke is probably not that frequent anymore, so. I don't know. I think we're making mistakes there, but I'm just trying to make Alice comfortable, okay? Can we find some food? Oh god, what is he doing? Oh! He's writing the same stuff as the other nerd was in the android that we didn't finish the mission. That was also written in the shower, right? RA9. What the fuck is RA9? Man, that makes me so much more upset that we never figured out the... We never were able to finish the mission. I really would have liked to see where that led to. It feels like I'm like missing a whole portion of the plot now because of it. So annoying. The investigation with the first investigation with Hank. I'm saying the first because I don't know if there's more. Please don't tell me if there is. But the first investigation with Hank, I couldn't finish it because I took too long without the game warning me that there was any time-sensitive nature to the mission. I was just going around looking at hints and suddenly it was done. So. Yeah, now it feels like I have a whole part of the plot that we missed. Not a very good feeling. I like the sort of compromise between the Resident Evil style cameras and, you know, being able to move the camera and all that. It feels like the game before this one had either one or the other. This one is a mix of both, which I think is pretty great. I do need to talk to Alice, but I would rather... Damn it! I'm just trying to go through. I want to go back to the kitchen area. I want to see what that nerd is doing.
RA9. What does that mean?
What?
Those symbols. Why are you writing that?
I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't know.
It has to be a thing that's sort of like, it is... Okay, there's a few hypotheses there. What if this guy is the same guy that killed the dude in the first mission? The mission with Hank. And the fact that we failed it maybe means that he was able to escape, or maybe he had escaped before and this is the guy we're looking for and he's writing those RA9 stuff, or he's a completely different one, in which case why are different androids writing the same things on the walls, and what's the connection between them, right? Is it something that's taking over the programming or whatever? Like, oh man, the I'm Alive stuff, that was also on the fucking wall. Is it some sort of weird virus that's taking over the cyber life systems, maybe? I don't know. I'm just trying to think of... It's interesting.
Why didn't he ever love me? Why was he always so upset with me? All I wanted was a life like other girls. Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I wasn't good enough. That's why he was always so angry. I just wanted us to be a family. I just wanted him to love me. Why can't we just be happy?
I don't know, Alice.
You'll never leave me, right? Promise you'll never go.
Of course.
I promise.
Will we be together forever?
Sure. I love that it's a choice even though it's... Oh, well, you have to press it even though it's not a choice.
Forever.
That's an interesting little gameplay thing where you like, you know, agency of the character. You commit to something effectively, even though you don't really have a choice there. It's kind of cool.
You've got to sleep.
Kiss. Oh.
Sleep tight, Alice.
Lie with Alice or leave her space. Interesting. This is interesting because obviously a lot of the maternal stuff that is being displayed here could be simply part of the programming, because those specific androids are made to be dealing with children, babysitting, taking care of the home. They're meant to be sort of, you know, replacement parents, parental figures. So it's interesting to think about the fact that we're maybe at this point just following our programming. But at the same time, it's also a display of something that we would consider, looking from the outside in, that we would consider as displays of human behavior, right? So there's something really like sort of interesting in that sort of line between, is that a display of human behavior, of consciousness, of emotions and feelings, or is it just a programmed behavior? And I wish the game would lean a bit more into that going forward. I hope that's the thing the game is going to do. I think that's really interesting, especially with this character. I think that's, and I hate to say it, but as far as Kara's character is going, it's the only thing that's interesting about her right now, is how much of her behavior is part of a programming to care for the kid, because that's one of the main goals, and how much is her sort of having deviated from her directives, right? I think there's something interesting there. Because other than that, she's not much of a character yet, right? As far as Alice goes, I do enjoy, you know, the like sort of moment where she's wondering about her guilt and responsibility for her dad being always upset at her and all that. I really hope the character of Alice is going to be fleshed out a little bit, because right now she's not much of anything, right? Very much one of those caged children that are mostly here as a plot device. She's certainly showing emotions in this scene, but there's not much to her character in terms of, you know, let's say personality, right? Outside of the fact that she was being abused by her dad. So we'll see. We haven't spent a lot of time. And I think that's one of the issues with pretty much every Cage game. At least Heavy Rain and Detroit definitely suffer from that. And that Beyond didn't have that problem, is that the characters have to like share the screen time, because there's many different characters, and then each of those characters are involved in a lot of different scenes with a bunch more characters all the time. So whereas like Beyond, the fact that Beyond followed a single character, I feel allowed for that character to be a lot more fleshed out. And that's one of the things that I really enjoyed with Beyond, is that we had a great sense of who Jodie was, and I thought that was really good. She, in my opinion, Jodie is still the best David Cage character I've seen so far. There's an actual character there. She didn't feel like just a tool for the plot, and that was great. I'm hoping, obviously we're still very, very early in this one, so everything is still possible, but I'm just saying, for now I'm not seeing much of, I'm not seeing too much in terms of characterizations, so I'm excited to see more about it. I'm hoping it will get there. I'm gonna lie with Alice. She seems to trust us, you know. Music is so good. Are we gonna get woken up in the middle of the night? No, okay, we're done. Crazy. I'm sure we will return to this situation with the guy writing on the wall. Or maybe that's it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Ralph was just a little quirky android. Lots of different little paths there. A whole path with the parking lot, maybe the motel up there. Okay. It's could have been a very different outcome. Cool. I will say that there's a part of me that already kind of wants to replay this game at some point in the future. And pick like completely different options. Intentionally pick different options, right? To see what else can happen. Because there's a lot of intriguing stuff here. I'm hooked on the Cage. I wouldn't go as far as say that, but could be interesting. November 6th, 2038. 3 a.m. A reboot. Oh, I think this is it. That's the one scene I remembered. Yes. Yep, that's it. That is the one scene I remembered because of the striking visuals. I didn't remember how we got there. I don't remember how it ends even, but I remember this one. I thought the visuals and like the overall like mood of that scene was incredibly memorable. Impaired vision, corrupted mind palace. So they just shot me and then dismissed me, right? Interesting. All system in low power mode, defective. Left and right leg components missing, unable to stand. What am I missing? Hello? Hello? Oh, oh. Corrupted audio data damaged. Replace legs. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the crawling. That's pretty much all. I don't remember what the end of the scene is like, or what the, you know, what actually happens during it. But I do remember the crawling and the, you know, destruction. Really cool. Oh man. Oh. This is so like visceral in a weird way. I love it. Also the way the sound is occluded because of, you know, that really fucking cool. Damaged, incompatible. Oh, well, never mind. Oh, shit. Like the other androids that are still like sort of alive and still talking. Like this is such an interesting depiction of what happens to discarded androids, right? Like an eternity of just living in that junkyard. Semi-conscious. There was a prompt for me to lock it in. I didn't press it, but it went. I don't know. Oh, we're standing. Oh no, is this a Jesus metaphor again? Is Marcus android Jesus after Lucas was, you know, zombie Jesus in Fahrenheit? Are we android Jesus? David Cage loves his Jesus characters, let me tell you. What's up, Dom? Dude, the sound is so fucking cool. Jody Christ, yeah. Jesus, Marcus Marcuson. Yeah. No, I mean the metaphor is not very subtle once again, but. Oh!
There's a place where we can be free. Find Jericho. Find Jericho.
What the fuck? Find Jericho. Again, like the Christian metaphor is not getting lighter there. Yeah, the distorted audio is really cool. The TV show from that was the early 2000s, I think. That show was awesome. I really wish we had a proper ending for it. Oh, this is so... God. Oh!
Where are you going?
Oh my God. The fucking walking androids. This one's trying to get out. Oh my God, this is really fucking cool. What a visually interesting scene. And like obviously a lot of thematic weight as well, right? With the like how little regard is given to those androids and them just continuing to live in what is pretty much just literal android hell, right? Or purgatory or whatever you want to call it. And I think the aesthetic really goes heavy on that sort of idea. Now, when it comes to the android Jesus part of it, I'm not sure I'm excited for that, but I'm willing to see where it goes. Ethereum pump regulator incompatible. Okay. Oh wow, my Mind Palace is all broken. That's kind of cool. Lieutenant Dan, you have legs. Oh, never mind. Low energy, incompatible. Damn it! Incompatible optical unit. Jesus! The thunder, the sounds of thunder is amazing every time. Just the way it sounds. So distorted. How's Detroit so far comparing to other Cage works? Oh, that's a tough one. Obviously, I think it's obviously better than Fahrenheit and Heavy Rain. I mean, that's not very hard. As far as Detroit goes, I mean, visually speaking and all that, I mean, it's clearly on another level. I do feel like Beyond still started more strongly, and I feel like the performances in Beyond overall, so far, were a bit better. This one is a bit more uneven, but and I also think, like, narrative-wise, this one seems a lot less subtle, a bit more heavy-handed. And the characters seem so far less defined, and it's, I don't know. I'm not sure yet. It's still very early, but I think Beyond was a stronger start than this one. Oh my God. Am I gonna have 2 different colored eyes? Oh yeah, I am. Oh, maybe not? Did it change to adapt to... Oh no, they are different. Yeah. Blue and green, nice. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a nice touch, Leaks, that some of them were incompatible, right? I think that's a good touch. Like, it doesn't just work. You have to find the right ones. But yeah, it's interesting that it's just plug and play, right? Audio processor incompatible. Still talking. Dude, this is so creepy. Okay. Again, the Christian metaphor is not getting lighter. Actually, you have angels watching over the literal android hell. Modular design is smart. Yeah. So, absolutely. Oh, Jesus! Oh, hell yeah. Therium pump regulator. Nice.
Please don't do that. I want to live.
Oh my god. No. I refuse to believe a big tech company would make their parts and their advanced machines easy to replace. Unless they can sell it at a premium. But then, why would they just dispose of them like this and not recycle them, right? And get the parts that still work and resell them. Refurbish them and resell them. I don't know, there's a few inconsistencies here and there, but... Do androids dream of electric Jesus? Clearly they do, yeah. I mean, she's not really living, right? She's just... I think killing her is the kind thing to do here, right? I mean, she said, I want to live. She did say, I want to live. I'm gonna already give a kudos to this scene, because, like, just, it's visually, like, the whole experience of this scene, I can't believe I just used the word experience in this game, but it is truly a David Cage experience. He was correct on the title screen. The whole, like, experience of this scene, like, audio visually is incredible. Like, the sound, the visuals. This is an extremely striking scene. And I appreciate it. What would Jesus do? I don't know. I mean, again, like, she asked for her life, right? She said, please let me live. So I think we should respect that.
Thank you.
Android Jesus wouldn't, you know. Oh, I love that you still have the option to do so. I'll find another one, right? Yeah, I can always come back if we don't find anything else. Incompatible audio processor. Ah! Compatible pump! See, I don't need to kill that lady. And a compatible audio processor. Nice. Oh, do you think he removed it himself? Because he couldn't bear to hear everything that was happening around it? The screams, the lamentations, and all the, you know, and he just removed his audio processor because he was like, you know what, fuck this. And then, of course, now he's out of power and all that, but, you know, maybe that, I think that's the implication with the fact that it's in his hand, right? He couldn't bear to hear what was around him anymore. That's a nice touch. I like that. That's some pretty interesting environmental storytelling. Oh, Jesus! Oh, now I understand. Now I understand why you removed it. Dude, this is amazing. That's one of the best audio usage of audio I've ever seen in a video game. I'm not kidding. Actually, one of the best usage of audio I've ever seen in a video game. Yeah, no, that was insane. Yeah, that alone on its own deserves a kudos on top of the scene itself. Like, that's actually crazy. What a well done moment. Holy crap. Where was it this one? Yep. Hey, listen. That's the point of this whole Cage-a-thon. Obviously, I have my preconceptions about David Cage. I have my opinions on him as a writer. But I'm gonna try to be fair to the games, right? Like, when stuff is really fucking amazing, I'm gonna always comment on it and give credit where credit is due, right? And that was really fucking cool. The motion controls are a lot better in this one, I will say. It's more sensitive in a way that feels... Oh! Wait! Am I not just gonna... Okay, I'm not sure about this one. Put it in! Okay, so I can work for a little bit of time at least without that, I guess. What's up, Cheesy? How are you doing? Coincidentally, it's the only scene with no talking. That's an interesting point, yeah. It's an interesting limitation that maybe brought out something a bit better. Oh yeah, absolutely, Flames. That's for sure. And that's something I've said since the beginning of Fahrenheit, was the music, the visual design, like the concept art. Even, like, you know, Fahrenheit needs to also be placed in its context. For the time, the performances and voice acting were pretty damn good. Like, I mean, it wasn't amazing or anything, but it was pretty damn good. There's some serious artistry in there. And the company in itself, and maybe David Cage as the director, definitely knows how to surround himself with extremely talented people. That is for sure, right? The weak point of those games has always been the writing. It is what it is. It's the writing and some of the game design decisions, right? But that, you know. And I feel like the direction, for instance, in Fahrenheit was very questionable. That got a lot better. I think David Cage as a director probably got a lot better over the course of his games. There's a definite jump when it comes to Beyond Two Souls. I think the jump from Heavy Rain to Beyond Two Souls was incredible in terms of like the direction and voice acting and performances. I think the fact that he worked with high-profile actors probably either, like I mentioned during the game, either the actors kind of helped, right, with their experience, or he had to step it up, or he had some external help. I don't know, but something happened, that's for sure. And obviously this one benefits from that gained, acquired experience in Beyond Two Souls, right? Now, as far as the writing goes, we'll see, but even Beyond Two Souls, that started very well, and I have a lot of positives to say about Beyond Two Souls writing. It still ended up being a disaster during the final act. David Cage still has to prove to me that he can finish a story well. I haven't seen it happen yet, so we'll see. We'll see if this one makes me change my mind, but yeah. What I'm hoping is, and what I'm you know, what I'm thinking maybe also is, either he got better again as the game progressed and getting into Beyond and maybe this one, or he got better help when it comes to writing. Maybe external writers that were helping him edit his work, and maybe he was more open to listening to their suggestions when it comes to like overarching stories and characters and themes and all that. But yeah, like the thematic work in Beyond was really great until the ending pretty much negated most of it, but until then it was doing okay. What's up, Marie? I'm excited to see where this one how this one sort of concludes eventually, right? We're obviously nowhere near that, but we're pretty much right now, like, narratively speaking, we're in the transition between Act 1 and 2, right? That's where we are. We're transitioning out of Act 1, getting into Act 2 with the characters sort of changing the world they live in, right? And they're suddenly in a new world that requires them to have agency and start doing things and have motivations and goals and all that. So we're getting into the real meat of things right now. Always an exciting time for any story. Climb the slope. I'm trying to listen to what the androids are saying. Yeah, Foolish Flames was a good one for sure. I know the slope's over there, but I just want to look around now that I'm fixed. Oh! I love that my character just stumbled a little bit. I don't think we can really hear what they have to say, but Alright. Android Jesus, time for you to climb out of hell and... I don't know. Seek revenge or something. Or bring peace to the android people. Oh! I had to hold. Blade Runner-esque music. Oh yeah. A little bit of Interstellar in there. Love it. Oh hell yeah. Nice. Oh, I wanted more of the epic build-up music. Shawshank Redemption. Was he always bald? I think he was. I think it looks different because of the eyebrows or something. I don't know. Everything looks a bit tamer because of the rain. I mean, it was shaven. Yeah, it was buzzed for sure. I think it's just the lighting and the rain makes it look a bit different. Oh wait, am I gonna remove my chip? Zoop. Huh. Why can we do that? Now I'm indistinguishable from a human. Yeah, that seems like a design flaw for sure.
My name is Marcus.
Yeah, just a random code that was there. Nice. Love it. That's very much the, you know, the sort of... This is the title drop moment of the game, without being a title drop, right? My name is Marcus, that's him, quote-unquote, becoming human, right? Oh, I missed something. Damn it! Oh, never mind. I guess that was the... oh no, refuse to kill. Oh, I missed something. Damn it. How can I spend so much time and still miss stuff? From the dead. Christ the Lord has risen today. Hallelujah. You guys remember that video? With that dude singing and the lady on the piano? The Amori stuff, like, you guys remember? You guys have to remember that video, otherwise I'm gonna feel very alone right now. No clue what you're talking about. You're too young. That doesn't surprise me. Someone who's over the age of 30, maybe. right, interesting stuff in here. Okay, that was a cool scene. I like it. Bravo. Probably my favorite scene in the game so far. Because it was all visual. There was no chance for bad writing. I like that. How are we feeling about the game thus far? Yeah, I mean, very uneven, Emmy. There's some of the best stuff that I've seen in a David Cage game, and also some of the typical, you know, bad stuff he usually has in his games. So, bit of a mixed bag so far. We'll see. It's not as strong of a start as Beyond Two Souls, but hopefully it ends a lot better. Ultimately, I think there's a chance this game may end up being better just because of the ending. If it lands the ending, then Beyond Two Souls is gonna get overtaken. And I'm obviously looking at them from the perspective of they are David Cage games, right? Like I can't grade this on like my normal usual scale. I cannot. It's not fair for me to put these games against something like Disco Elysium if we're talking about writing, right? Or even The Last of Us or anything like that. If we're talking about like a sort of more similar game with like the you know, the cinematic experience, right? It has to be looked at as a David Cage game. There's certain it has challenges to overcome by nature of, you know, by virtue of being one of those games. This game has to exist with David Cage writing it. That in itself that's a big hurdle to overcome, right? It's doing just fine so far. It's doing just fine. I will say I'm very intrigued. I like the concepts. I like stories about androids and about what it means to like existential themes and all that of what it is to be human. I'm not expecting a lot of subtlety there, even as opposed to something like Soma. If you guys have played Soma, or if you watched me play it recently on the channel, like, you know how much I enjoyed those themes. Obviously, we're not in that realm of subtlety and interesting, thought-provoking content, but there's still some really good stuff to be witnessed in this game, I guess. What's next? That Connor? Oh yeah, Connor. Nice. Oh shit! What the fuck is this place? Look at this! I want a garden like this! Or is that, well, I mean, I was gonna say Central Park, but we're not in New York. Is that Detroit's Central Park in the future? Zen Garden, yeah. Hated Soma's ending? Really? Man, I really liked Soma's ending. I think I could have done without the post-credit stuff. But Soma's ending up to the credits, absolute banger. Loved it. Nothing unpredictable. Like, I was pretty much expecting what would happen, because I feel like the plot didn't, you know, was not very ambiguous about what would happen, but I thought it was pretty amazing. Then the post-credit stuff was like, I don't know, I didn't need that. It seemed a bit unnecessary, but... Detroit's Central Park is a series of broken down warehouses. Oh. Less than ideal. Hey, maybe they made it better in the future. Find Amanda. Okay. I'm still pissed that I failed the previous mission, because I have that worry of missing cool stuff, you know? And I was really intrigued by the murder scene, and I wanted to see more, and I'm really pissed about that, but I have to accept that, I guess, a game like that, I'm not gonna see everything anyway. Doesn't change my opinion on the design flaws of the mission itself, but at least I can overcome the feeling of having missed something cool. I think in this game, you're gonna miss cool stuff even if you do everything perfect, because you can't see everything, right? So I should not be too bothered about it, I guess. And we saw an interesting scene. I think the way I need to look into it is that we saw an interesting scene as a result of it. We saw that Connor was limited in his actions by Hank's decisions, right? Which shows sort of the again, like pushes the idea of the enslaved nature of the androids. They cannot act without the consent of their appointed masters or owners, or, you know. And I think that's an interesting concept. That's an interesting part of the theme of this game. And I'm going to be curious to see how Connor breaks away from those shackles as Marcus and Kara have. Hopefully it's not going to happen because someone is violent with him. I would hate that, right? I would hate if this one also broke away because of that. I want something else to happen with this one. I want this character to be a bit different. If that makes sense. No, it doesn't mean that, because my opinion about the strike was for gameplay reasons, and that hasn't changed. I still feel exactly the same about the gameplay part of it. I think the game should hint at the fact that you don't have all the time you need, right? If it wants you to hurry. I think that's something I'm not gonna budge on. Yeah. And I mean, can I imagine a world where a scene doesn't tell you that you are on a timer and then it still leads to something satisfying? Sure, that can happen. You know, it could be a twist that suddenly, oh, wow, you didn't have the time you wanted. And it leads into an interesting twist. But if a game is going to pull that off, I feel like it needs to, one, be consistent with itself. And two, it needs to really reward you sort of for that situation, right? It needs to not feel just punishing, but rewarding in a different way. But I think the consistency is the main point. The game so far always sort of made me feel like I had a limited time when I did have a limited time. First scene, you have an indicator on the UI, right? That tells you like every second counts. Connor knows. And some other scene, I was just allowed to free roam for like an hour and a half without any, you know, sort of pressure. So I feel like there should be some consistency there, which again, like would have been very easy to fix. I'm not gonna, you know, keep complaining about it for hours, but I think I made my point pretty clear. But I think the consistency is a big thing for me. And yeah, I don't know. But obviously a part of that is also the fact that I like playing my games a little slow. And I also am streaming, so I'm interacting and I'm losing time because I'm not 100% just moving through the game, right? Obviously those concerns are not going to be for everyone, but I can only speak about my experience. That's the limitations of, you know, the way I play video games, I guess. I can't know all the outcomes and results, and because I don't want to know anything about them. We'll see. Maybe, hey, there is a world where I feel differently at the end of it all because of maybe consequences happening because of, and suddenly I feel differently. I don't know. We'll see. We'll talk about it if that happens. That's for sure. All right. That's going to be it for me today, however, because, you know, it is over midnight. So we're going to resume here tomorrow.
CyberLife, the company that manufactured me, is conducting a user survey. Would you like to participate?
CyberLife conducts a survey to know what users think. Do you want to participate in a survey? Is that the same one I've seen?
Do you think that technology
It is the
could
same.
become
Okay.
a threat to mankind?
Interesting that the game leads you there if you haven't found it, right? We've answered the first question today. We'll think about the second question tomorrow at the beginning of the stream. And maybe the third, because this one I feel like is going to not take too long. It seems pretty obvious. But maybe some people are going to have a different opinion. So we'll talk about that tomorrow, and we'll see the next question tomorrow as well. Hell yeah, and then we'll get into the game and progress, right? Yeah, Fru Fox. And I mean, listen, again, like my goal isn't to just shit on a game for the sake of shitting on a game. I'm just here to sort of take a look at the game and talk about the good and the bad, because that's what I enjoy doing. I do that with almost every game. The only difference with the Cage-a-thon is that we're a bit more intense about it, because that was the whole point of, you know, because I had all those opinions about David Cage as a writer. So we're sort of obviously focusing a little bit more on the review aspect of it, right? But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of games that I just play and I enjoy playing them because they're fun to me and I don't think about it, the details too much, and I'm just enjoying it on a surface level and I'm like, hell yeah, this was a great time, right? Life is Strange is a great example. Loved the first Life is Strange game when I played it on stream, right? Had a fantastic time with it. I'm sure if I was to play it again and actually like really grind into the narrative stuff like I do with this one, I would probably break that game down in a million pieces. I don't think it holds up very much to, like, you know, harder scrutiny, but sometimes you just gotta enjoy something and have fun with it. And sometimes you just want to go a bit deeper and look at the details, and that's what I'm doing with the Cage-a-thon, so. And what we'll do with The Last of Us as well, after the Cage-a-thon. That's gonna be super interesting to see the contrast. Maybe I'll feel differently. Maybe I'll start playing The Last of Us again. I'll be like, holy shit, I thought that game was better. Who knows? The twist can still happen. Anyway, I'm gonna raid out in a minute. If you don't mind waiting, I would appreciate it. We're gonna see who we can go say hi to. I haven't raided Nasrallah in a couple days. I'm gonna raid Naz today. I'll be back tomorrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Detroit Become Human. Very excited for it. Thank you everyone for the support tonight. Thank you for the resubs and the gift sub. Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I hope you can, you know, I hope you guys can appreciate what I'm trying to do with this Cage-a-thon. And even if we don't always agree, I hope we can at least, you know, see each other's point of views and understand each other's takes on what is ultimately a subjective appreciation of art. On that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.